Okay, hello everybody. I'm Dan Norris. Welcome to this meeting. Before I go on to the business, I need to give you some evacuation procedure information. So, in the event of a fire, please await direction from staff members who will help assist with the evacuation. Please do not return to the building until instructed to do so by the fire wardens. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item is item 2, which is welcome and introductions and apologies for absence. So, welcome to the meeting of the West of England Combined Authority Committee. I am Dan Norris, and just to quickly introduce my committee colleagues who are to my right and left. So if we start off with Sarah Warren from Bath and North East Somerset Council, who is substituting for Kevin Guy, who has sent apologies. Welcome, Sarah. Marvin Rees is here from Bristol City Council. Claire Young, welcome Claire, and Marvin is from South Gloucestershire Council. And also in attendance to my left is Richard Bonner from the Local Enterprise Partnership, who is a non-voting member of the committee. Welcome, Richard. We have Ed Plowden, of course, Ed from the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. And today we've got David Wilcox, that's right, sorry David, my eyesight isn't what it used to be, and you're deputising today for Jeff Gollop from the Audit Committee. Thank you very much indeed, David. Okay, the next item is item 3, declarations of interest. Do any members here today have any interest to declare, please?
Can I just confirm?
Yes, Richard.
Can I just confirm that my register of interest is up to date? Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Richard, and just to be clear, in case the microphone wasn't on, Richard's register of interest is up to date, which is what he wanted to say. Thank you very much, Richard. Okay, the next item is the minutes. What date were those minutes, please, Dan? Can you remind me? 6th of October, yes. Okay, thank you very much, 2023. Do committee members agree that that is a true and correct record of those meetings, please?
I have a point of accuracy, actually.
Okay, thank you.
The minutes state on the BSIP item 15 that the recommendations were unanimously agreed. So I wasn't obviously a member of the committee that day. I was in the room and I have checked the video, and as far as I can tell from the video, it appears that that you, Mayor Norris, were the only person to raise your hand. So I just wondered if someone could double check the video and correct the minutes if necessary.
Thanks, Sarah. I'm sure someone will do that. Thank you. Claire.
Thank you, Chair. So during item 15, BSIC prioritising, I asked a report on bus franchising options to come to the next available committee meeting. And in response, you said that you would endeavour to bring a report forward as soon as possible, said the issue was extremely complex. And despite repeated requests and a related motion being passed at South Gloucestershire Council's last full council meeting, an options paper on bus franchising is clearly not on the agenda for today's meeting. So, I mean, I fully understand the complexity of the issues and understand that there are different delivery models. What I do ask, however, is that officers and members from the constituent councils are involved in the conversation from an early stage to help shape this vitally important issue for the region and deliver for our residents. I think we must work together on this one.
Okay, thank you very much, Claire. Well, that's all noted, and I'm quite happy with what you've said as it happens. Okay, so can we accept that with those 2 points and contributions as a correct record of that meeting of the 6th of October 23? Thank you. Okay, the next item is item 5, and that's Chair's announcement. So I would like to say the following. Now, tomorrow is, of course, the 27th of January, which is Holocaust Memorial Day, the international day when we remember the 6 million Jewish adults, children and babies who were murdered during the Holocaust. We also remember the millions of other persecuted people also murdered by the Nazis, which also included lesbian and gay people, gypsies and travellers, people with disabilities, trade unionists, socialists, communists and people of colour. And we also remember the millions of people murdered in more recent atrocities in Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia and Darfur. And then I'd also like to ask you, if you wouldn't mind, to undertake a minute of silent reflection, please. And if you will forgive me my personal indulgence, I will also be remembering my good friend Dr. Elaine Friedman, a proud Jewish woman who died on Wednesday evening of this week. If you feel able to stand, please do so. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Okay, the next item is items from the public. That's petitions, statements and questions. There were 21 questions received from 15 individuals, and the responses to these questions have been circulated. There was also one petition received, and in addition, 23 statements were also given and received. These have been circulated and published on the Combined Authorities website. Some members of the public are in attendance, I recognise some of them today, and can address the committee for up to 3 minutes each on the topics of their statement, please. And people have given prior notice, so I'm going to go in the order as I understand people are here, but if you have not been included, please wave your hand and we will do our very best. Now we're going to start off with a petition from Andrew Varney. Andrew.
Good afternoon, Mayor Norris and committee members. My name is Councillor Andrew Varney, representing Brislington West. We've got a petition today with my colleague, Councillor Joss Clark. The petition is entitled Save Brislington Greenway, and we've got a total of 1,833 signatures. The petition text is as follows. The West of England Combined Authority proposing to build a new road along the former Brislington railway line, known locally as the Brislington Greenway. Over the last 60 years, the Greenway has become a wildlife haven with regular sightings of bats, badgers and slowworms, all of which are protected species. Building a new road here would destroy this space. Our alternative proposal is an active travel corridor, providing a safe, pleasant off-road route all the way from Temple Meads to Whitchurch and beyond. This green space would become a real community asset and do a lot more to promote sustainable travel than building a new road. Now, this is in fact the second petition that we have presented on this issue. The first was submitted to Bristol City Council back in 2020 when Bristol was leading on this project, and that petition received well over 2,000 signatures from local people. Now, despite ignoring local concerns for many years, this unpopular proposal appeared to be dropped just before the local elections in 2021. So you can imagine how frustrating and disappointing it is for local people that the road building proposals are still on the table. Now, here are just a few comments from local people who have signed this most recent petition. Anna said, this proposal will not solve the traffic problem in the area, merely move them and create more traffic. It will create misery for many local people who will be extremely negatively impacted. It will also destroy vital green space at a time when we have an ecological crisis. Elaine said the whole idea is outrageous. More traffic, more pollution, total disregard for residents of Brislington, no regard for older people. Persephone said this would directly affect my local area and remove another much needed green space which could support both local wildlife and people. The building of another road will be disastrous for residents whose houses back onto or overlook the current greenway and will do nothing to promote sustainable travel. Tom said, as a cyclist, I know the value of safe off-road routes for both commuting and leisure. The Brislington Greenway offers a perfect opportunity to create an active travel corridor that not only promotes sustainable travel, but also preserves a vital green space. So please listen to the voices of local people. These road proposals are a blight on their lives, their homes and their community. Please cancel the road project and start working towards an alternative vision that promotes active travel, protects wildlife and saves a shed load of money. That vision is the Brislington Greenway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Okay, the next person is, I think, Councillor Joanna Wright. Joanna.
Thank you. The West of England Authority claims its objectives is to make the region a better place to work and live for all our residents. Over many years, I have repeatedly spoken to officers at the authority about supporting a key group of residents who have very little voice to ensure that they too have fair access to all that this region offers. If you are 18 and over and in full-time education and you travel to school or any other educational establishment by train, you will have to pay full fares on your train tickets. Student rail cards only offer discounts outside of peak times, which mean if you have to travel before 10:30 to be in time for lessons, only an adult's fare will suffice. There is an alternative option called the Scholar Scheme that allows students to have cheaper ticket and travel at peak times. However, this Scholar Scheme can only be authorised by the educational establishment or school. Having raised 2 children, I've encountered numerous parents facing challenges with their children using trains for education. Many times these parents have struggled to receive adequate support from both the school and the Great Western Railway in ensuring easy availability of these tickets. Indeed, a concerned parent named Francis shared with me the correspondence received from Great Western Railway regarding this matter. Sorry for the further delay in coming back to you. I've spoken with our fares expert who has confirmed that the monthly season ticket is the best value for your 18-year-old and there are no other products available that would reduce the cost down from this. Along with other operators, we did lobby for the 16 to 17 saver to cover 18-year-olds in full-time education, but were not successful in securing this concession. I appreciate this won't be the answer you're looking for, and your patience will be investigated. Why did Great Railway not accord priority to France's concern? Why do inquiries of Great Western Railway's customers consistently encounter a response of further delay? What factors contributed to Great Western's Railway inability to secure this concession successfully? If Great Western Railway acknowledges the responses Francis received is not satisfactory, why have they not taken proactive measures to address this issue? Metro Mayor, as leader, you are the transport authority. As leader, you are also responsible for jobs and skills in the region. 18-year-olds are in education to make sure that they get good jobs and help this region prosper. They are also 18 when still at school, and the system in place for train journeys that forces them to make an adult fare is not fair. The West of England Authority claims to be tackling the climate change and helping residents secure good jobs and homes they can afford, which you state is the heart of everything you do. We need fair fares for 18-year-olds.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Appreciate that. Is Ian Quaife here, please? Ian. Hello, Ian.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, nice to see you again. I'm from the Bristol Older People's Forum. I'm the manager there. I'm going to hand over to my colleagues here from the Ashtonville Suffragettes to read out the question and a short statement. Bernice?
Hi. After our meeting on Monday, when I raised the problems we were having with the bus 23, I would just like to ask, why was the real reason the 23 bus stopped? Bearing in mind that previously we have held meetings with Bristol Bus Company and they have gave us assurances and promises that we would not be without a bus service, bearing in mind the area that we live and the people that live down there. But it seems that we are being lied to time and time again. We need that bus, and can you ensure that that bus service in Ashtonville is reinstated as soon as possible? And we have also done a study, our own little survey, when we have been out and about looking at buses. Half the buses in Bristol during the day run empty, and we are being told that our bus service was not viable. What do we see? We see a single-decker bus at the top of Ashton Vale running. But this bus, apparently, is uneconomical. The bridge is now down. First Bus can now run a bus. With all the funding and other bus services, there is no reason that our bus cannot be reinstated. Bearing in mind it would cost around about £90,000 for Transformer to run a bus service for us. But you've decided no. So I will ask the question again. Is there something written in a contract with First Bus that when they stop the routes to certain areas, that no other bus company can take that route up? We know you've been given extra. And people basically that haven't been out, come and explain to them why they don't deserve to have a bus. These are the people that have worked for Britain. So basically, I bet you don't use a bus service, you have a car. My husband used to drive a car, and we moved to Ashton Vale because we had 2 buses. Fortunately, First Bus stopped one and assured us and promised us that we would always have a bus service, which unfortunately was another lie. So, you know, we're stuffed because I've even looked into being rehoused, but unfortunately we would then have to go on a waiting list, which is for over 2 years. My husband is so isolated and he is one of loads of people down there. And what you have done is criminal. Mentally, he's just given up. Thank you for listening.
Okay, Bernice. Well, look, thank you very much for another heartfelt set of comments and stuff. What I'd say to you, Bernice, is I've invited you to meet with Doug Claren, and I hope you would see that as an important step. And then we can discuss whether I need to come down. I mean, I'm very familiar with your area as it happens and the distances. But let's talk to Doug, because I don't know what you're saying is what he would agree with or understand as having been said. Obviously, I wasn't part of that. But let's start that conversation and see. But can I just put it in context, Benisa? Because I share you as an individual and your community as passion about this and concerns about this, and I know it's getting people down. When bus services go, whether that's for an individual affected or a community, is a big deal. And I get that, and I lose sleep over that. Sadly, you are not the only individual or communities, and that is the difficult decisions that I, Marvin, the other councils have to make all the time. And we do not have enough money from central government because the promise that was made to us has not been fulfilled. That is why we're in this situation. So, look, I'm not shying away from you. I'm not trying to shut you down, but I want to be honest with you and say that's the situation. Bernice, I'm sorry to stop. No, don't be sorry. You're making important points. We're going to continue this conversation. I can't promise where it will go, but we're going to have that conversation because what you're raising matters. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay, the next person, please, is, let me just see. So we had Ian. You don't need to come back, Ian, I take it? I'll be quiet now. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thanks, Ian. The next person is Jos Clark, I think.
Thank you. It's Councillor Jos Clark, Islington West Councillor for Mr Mayor. I put in a statement, not unsurprisingly, to go with the petition which Councillor Andrew Varney has just submitted on behalf of residents in Brislington West Ward. Brislington West Ward, we would say this, wouldn't we, but we feel is the most affected ward along the A4 as part of the A4 consultation, but we truly believe that we are most affected because the implications of some of the proposals are really broad ranging, and obviously road building is not a feature for many other places along the A4. The reason for coming today is that we've had 2 consultations. One finished, I believe, on the 1st of October last year, and we were promised that we would have feedback from that consultation, and we have, despite emails, we have received no feedback at all. The previous consultation, we had no feedback from that consultation either. Members of the public constantly ask us what's happening. They took the time and the trouble to engage in the consultation. They attended meetings. We promoted to local residents to encourage them to have their say. It's really important that they have their say about this consultation. We've heard nothing back. We've got nothing to feed back. We have contacted your officers and we've had no response back from them in terms of setting up meetings or a consultation document or any kind of feedback at all. And it's just not good enough, I'm afraid. I'm really sorry. The first consultation, no feedback. Second consultation, no feedback. We have a third consultation. How on earth do you think we're going to encourage people to actually engage in that when people are getting nothing back from yourselves? We believe that we are on our 4th lead officer for this project in 3 years. We've asked to have a meeting with the new officer, and again, we haven't had a response or reply to say that they will meet with us and talk with us, even just to talk to us about their thoughts and views about moving forward. But obviously we want that feedback from that consultation, really important. The final thing I want to just say is that there are a large number of properties in Brislington West Ward which are actually blighted because of the sword of Damocles, as it were, hanging over their properties. So they either can't wait to get out because of the proposal of having a road at the front or the back of their property, or they're not able to sell because that is in the public domain. So we just need some clarity. And it is really a plea about communication and engaging with us as councillors. We just really want to have that dialogue. I mean, I know it's difficult times, but if you could please arrange that, we'd be so appreciative. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Giles and Andrew. Look, I hold meetings for councillors. You're always invited. Please come to those, because I haven't seen you for a little while, and I obviously need to hear a bit more about this. That makes sense to me. You will be familiar with the fact that I used to be the councillor for Brislington West and very familiar with the challenge. I have to say, in the last 25 years since I represented it, it's got a lot worse. It's a more difficult and complex problem. That's why we do these consultations. Thank you for your patience with the consultation. We have challenges because we need to get more staff. There's an awful lot of work. It's not just your council and other councils, but the combined authority that has staffing challenges. We can only do so much as we'd like to do more. I'm happy to reach out to you and have those discussions.
Is the officer actually, sorry, thank you for the offer of having a chat with you about this, but it's actually the lead officer we'd really like to have a conversation with and start building a relationship with that new lead officer.
Well,
if you could arrange that, we'd
I
be
hear
really
that.
appreciative.
What I'd like to do is speak to you. So
Yep,
come to my next invite to councillors, as I always do, and make time for councillors, because for exactly this kind of reason. And then we'll have that discussion, and then I'll decide, please, if that's okay, what needs to happen then.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not being rude.
That's okay, then. It's nice to see you again. Okay. David Redgewell.
Thank you.
David,
thank you,
welcome.
Bus service improvement plan. I don't know whether you've read the instructions and guidance from the Secretary of State, but we now have to resubmit our bus service improvement plan for the West of England Mayoral Combined Authority and North Somerset Council by the 12th of June. That involves looking at supported bus services, looking at community safety, looking at bus shelters and bus stops that need transferring from Bristol City Council to Wecker, along with other assets from South Gloss and Baines, because having two men arrive to repair a bus stop, costing taxpayers money, one from Wecker and one from Bristol City Council, is bizarre, but that's what happens, and that needs to stop. So we need to get that transfer sorted out that Mayor Rees wants to do quicker. On the issue of buses, and obviously we need to deal with the social inclusion, social justice issue. We've got a large number of working class estates in rural communities without buses. Ashton Vale, Oldbury Court, Stapleton, parts of Radstock, Midsummer Norton, Poulton, parts of Hortham up near Thornbury, all these places without public bus services, and a Westlink service we need to review urgently. When I see middle class people or upper class people paying £2 to go into Bristol for 8 miles when they can afford a taxi using a Westlink, I have to ask myself what's happening in a Labour-led authority. So we need to concentrate on where we're going, and that's about working class communities. Westlink's an issue, it needs an urgent review, and the boundaries. And the traffic commissioners asked for that, by the way, not just David Wedgwell. So, and Ed Plowden's made a comment, and I support Ed Plowden on that issue. So we need to work with Westlink quickly, we need to reform it, and we need to make sure it serves the communities. Buses, obviously franchising, I support that. I support municipalisation, but it takes 5 years, and I've worked with, for those who don't know, I've actually worked in Greater Manchester, so I know the whole background in that authority, in case you don't know. So I'll put that on record, by the way.
Andy Burnham was telling me about it only the other day, David.
Yeah, 5 years. So, you know, we need buses now. That's the point. And we need to get them in place. So the other thing is the transport levy. So, guys, please pay up, Bristol City Council, South Gloucestershire and Baines. You've also got CAS money, which you can also add into the mix to give the communities that you serve them bus services they desire. And that's a decision you have to make in your next budget rounds. I'm watching, my colleagues are all watching you all to see what you do. Passengers want to know what you're going to do. We don't have precepting powers. You have to pay the mayor, and North Somerset makes a contribution. So we look forward to the budgets and robust discussions with Mayor Rees. Okay, Sarah Warren. On rail, we have a really bad issue here. We don't have design trains on local railway services. We need trains, intercity trains are running on local train services. Disabled people cannot get off and on at Yate, Cam and Dursley, and Ashchurch for Tewkesbury. We need to get rid of those intercity trains and bring back local trains on our network and not use them on Bristol, Temple Meath to Filton services as they were this morning. And it's First Group, not Great Western Railway. Great Western Railway doesn't exist. It's First Group to change them. And my final point on public transport. I welcome all the initiatives for extra train service. Get on with the Henbury line, get on with the Portishead line urgently, and make sure we bring the station planning permission for Henbury clear, please. And also we get Charfield and underway, and the extra services and the new station improvements. Now, my other point is, I'm not white, this is my final point, I'm not white middle class, although I go into those roads. Having a forum for Bristol, Temple Meads and Temple Quarter made up of white middle class business people is not my idea of organising the community. And I say that as a member of your bus advisory board. Can Chief Executive of Wecker, we have working class people in those communities engaged by your officers in Lawrence Hill, in Brislington, in the Dings. Working class people need to be engaged, and they're not there to clean the stations or clean the offices. We need to bring them in now, and officers need to act. Please stop inviting just middle class people to your little soirees on Temple Quarter. Thank you. The Labour Authority, by the way.
Thank you very much, David. Well, you'll know that I believe classism is one of the biggest discriminations that exists every single day, and I agree with you, David, as it happens. Okay, Christina Briggs, please. Sorry, Christina. Hello again.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Today I'm representing the... Is this working? Yeah. Today I'm representing the... we're calling ourselves the Bristol Rail Campaign, but you'll know us as Fosborough from before. We just felt Bristol Rail Campaign was slightly snappier. Just said it on the tin a bit quicker than a big mouthful. So we are still the same people. So we're just here to say thank you very much for... we're very impressed with the rail plan that's been put up, especially the idea of going to 20-minute frequency. This is brilliant news. And the idea of putting new stations, so Lockley, St Anne's, Ashton Vale and Salford. I think obviously we're going to say please go for all of them. What I'm really here today is to put out an idea for your mass transit plan. So, mass transit, we agree, you need something more than just the trains. I think we have talked about this in the past, but it's tram trains are in Cardiff, or will be soon. And the idea is that you need to be able to have to, so trams, you have sort of slightly lighter train sets that operate on the normal suburban rail. So already you could run trams on the Severn Beach line and on the Henbury line when it happens. The idea then is to actually create junctions off the railway so that you have a tram that runs from Temple Meads, comes off at platform 1. Platform 1 then turns into a tram route that goes down onto Concourse, down Friars, back at the Friars, and then we've actually done you a map. So in our statements a map, and we love your idea of 4 mass transit routes. We're suggesting that it should be surface where possible, but we still think that the underground option needs to be looked at, if only to have it costed up, so that there's a proper comparison. So when people are complaining about closing streets for trams, that you actually can stand up and say, yes, we did cost up the underground, that would have costed that. And I think still bits of undergrounds, we have bits of underground for the Clifton Down railway, don't we? It goes straight onto the down. So that still should be on the table, we think. But I think overall, and also on our map, we've drawn you a nice little south circular route. So we go down the Greenway, and then it would go round the South Bristol link and down the A38, down to the airport. So have a look at our map. Go and talk to Network Rail. Go and talk to Cardiff about their tram train options. Let's get this mass transit thing actually happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. As always, really appreciate that, and I'll check it. I will call, if I've missed anyone out, I'll call at the end just to make sure, because I'm given a list and I'm assuming people have signed in or whatever happens to do that. So the next person I've got on my list is Eleanor Jackson, then I'll open it up to anyone else who might be missed out. Hello, Eleanor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and it's a privilege to speak, and I make no apology for being a public school educated woman on a scholarship, I hasten to add, whose socialist views were formed by the poor train service between Southport and Liverpool in the 1960s. Feels like 1920s. That has improved immeasurably. Many routes have improved. But I've come to plead for the plight of the bus passengers with no alternative means of transport, which has been a theme in Radstock and Westfield since 2014. That is, since before Wecker was even born. In some ways, the bus service has improved with cleaner, green buses, though the use of airport buses on occasion can mean a very crowded ride. Meanwhile, the rural services and the suburban hoppers are fast disappearing. Keynsham is a scandal. I cannot cycle there, which seems to be the offered alternative. There's only one bus, the airport bus, once an hour, and it goes along the A4, by the way. There are relatively few trains that stop in Keynsham. The bus shelter at the Memorial Park is a disgrace, not to mention all the heavily used stops like Westfield Primary School, which has a raised curb and a flag sign in a hedge and a very narrow pavement. So, we submitted a petition to Bath and North East Somerset Council in March 2023, and it sums up the issues beautifully, which is why I'm quoting it. We, the undersigned residents of Bath and North East Somerset and or regular users of the supported bus services from the neighbouring villages in Somerset, petition the authority to reconsider the decision to withdraw the subsidy for the 82 Tyning to Radstock, Polton, Bar Westfield route, and it's also the service for Polton Hospital, and to find a means of funding it and to restore the 42 odd down to the RUH bus. This is because the elderly, disabled and those on low incomes are disproportionately affected, and have no alternatives, so will be condemned to loneliness and isolation. School children will not be able to travel independently to Norton Hills secondary schools. Waiting for the number 4 bus at the RUH often means ill people standing and waiting for 20 to 30 minutes due to the jams in Weston. Northeast Somerset residents are being discriminated against. There's a climate emergency. Using public transport reduces the Bain's carbon footprint. 800 and more people signed that one, and something approaching 1,600, a somewhat longer version that was online. There was talk at Scrutiny on Monday of how to increase the bus use. Bradstock is a total jam because of the emergency works, and it could have taken me an hour just to get out of Bradstock this morning. I nearly wept when I was in Salamanca at Christmas, and the perfect bus service there, even on Christmas Day. There's not much point in having government levying up money to improve high streets if there's no public transport to get there. To have an economic zone with bus stops, but no bus passing the doorstep. And housing developments are unable to move forward because they are unsustainable in terms of planning legislation. Mrs. Harrington has invited the mayor 4 times to tea and dog biscuits. She and her neighbours on the Westfield Waterside estate want him to come and view the problem, marooned as they are on the Somerset border. And Margaret and her husband came to the consultation and at Bishop Sutton and gave Dan a letter spelling all this out. The advantage of speaking today is that I've heard what the scrutiny panel members said on Monday and how they've picked up on many of these points. But what I would like to see now is some action, so that areas like Westfield, with a high proportion of people living on universal credit in social housing, or who are carers or who work at the RUH, can have a decent bus service. So to conclude, please use your imagination. One parish council is going to run its own bus services, but most parish councils can't for lack of volunteers and resources. Some retailers like Tesco once made contributions to these services and would do again to get the grey pound and the young people whose isolation we've just been hearing about. So please get all this sorted out, when the use of the transport precept, the various ways that I have suggested in earlier correspondence of meeting the costs to subsidise the buses and getting a better regular service so that people will use it. And finally, could you get that Westlink bus that sits parked across the disabled bays in the Radstock Library car park moved?
Thank you ever so much, Eleanor. I know someone from my office rang Mrs. Harrington, but I don't think the invitation followed up for some reason. So they'll ring again and see if we can do something about that, okay? Because I know you talked to me about that. Because you spoke to me about that. Angel would love anything, any food, but dog biscuits would be nice. But we'll try and sort that out for you, because you raised it with me a long time ago, and I thought, you know, it had been sorted. Okay. Thank you, Eleanor. Now, is there anybody else who wishes to speak who hasn't spoken? Tim? Don't mind who it is. You're going first? Okay,
Yeah,
thank you ever so much. Could you announce, tell us who you are and everything?
I'm Amelia Melville from the Reclaim Our Buses campaign. And we recently made a Freedom of Information request to WECA regarding the report on bus franchising, which Dan Norris promised in September following his meetings with Andy Burnham in Manchester. We asked for the following information: the terms of reference for this report, a timeline for the completion of this report, and a date of a WECA committee meeting at which this report would be presented and discussed in the public domain. And we also asked if WECA officers have not been charged with producing this report to explain why this is the case. The response from WECA shows that there is no deadline, no terms of reference, and no plan for discussion with the West of England unitary authorities. The formal response said, we confirm there are no terms of reference set out by our Metro Mayor, there was no specific timeline set out by the Mayor, and the Mayor did not specifically state when a franchising paper would be submitted to committee. This is clearly a very important issue. Many of the statements from the public refer to buses. there's a crisis in buses across the region. It's affecting particularly working class people, people who can't afford to drive or for all kinds of other reasons are not able to drive. And it's an important issue in terms of climate change and the climate emergency. So we're concerned about the lack of public discussion of this matter and about the lack of open and inclusive discussion with the unitary authorities that constitute WECA. We wonder whether the transport levy might be more forthcoming if there were more conversations taking place with the unitary authorities. And as Councillor Claire Young said at the beginning of this meeting, the unitary authorities need to be part of these early conversations. It needs to be prioritised and brought into the public domain. We welcome this report. We understand that there's a lot of complexity and that there is a lack of precepting powers in WECA, but it needs to, this report is the place to unpack those issues, and it needs to be in the public domain soon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mina. If I could just comment, look, you're not quite accurate in some of the things you said, but we won't go over that. The point is, I want it as quickly as possible. I've said it will happen this year. People assumed it was January's meeting. That was never an undertaking given by me, because these things are going to take time. It is incredibly complex for us because we're not like any other combined authority up and down the land, as in the way that you've just outlined, and thank you for doing that, because that's people often complain, but they don't give the context, and that is helpful. There are reasons why this is complicated and it's going to take time. But I am very keen to explore it properly and involve everybody at every stage as much as is humanly possible. So that's an undertaking I can give you very happily and readily now, but I do ask you also to be patient, because we've only been talking about this a few months. Work is already underway. I have discussions with my officers, and we've got to make sure this is a piece of work. Because people like you care about it so much, you will scrutinise it very closely, and quite rightly too. So my officers are under pressure to get that right. So we're going to take our time and make sure we get something that is worthy of a report that we can all discuss and hopefully move forward in the future. Okay. Right. Tim, I think you're next.
Yep. Thank you for
How's your
letting me
brother,
speak.
first of all, who I went to school with? How's Nick?
He's very well.
Great. Good.
Yeah, Tim Rippington, councillor for Brislington East. I'm pleased to see that a station at St Anne's Park in my ward is included in the list of planned new stations to be investigated under the transport infrastructure item on the agenda today. It's now 3 years since MP for Bristol East, Kerry McCarthy, and myself submitted a bid to the government's Restoring Your Railways programme to investigate the possibility of reopening St Anne's Park. And it's now 2 years since an SOBC was prepared jointly with help from WECA, BCC and Network Rail and submitted to the government. And since then, we have heard absolutely nothing from them. So I'm grateful that you're now looking at this as well. In the meantime, the dire public transport situation for St Anne's and other parts of Brislington, which was highlighted in the report, has deteriorated rather than improved. So whilst the reopening of a railway station would be very welcome in the long term, I also urge WECA to take action now to improve the current situation. There are two very good proposals on the table to utilise BSIP funding to improve local bus services to these areas. The extension of the 36 bus back along its original route to Hungerford Road and Tesco Brislington is one. The other is the introduction of a new 1A service between St Anne's, Templemeads and the city centre. Both these are routes that could be self-sustaining, so BSIP money would be suitable for spending on them. St Anne's is on a direct route to Templemeads along the feeder road, and yet there's currently no public transport link between the two. So this latter service would put that right and make a huge difference to local residents, many of whom currently have to rely on the car to get around because of the lack of alternatives. So yes, please look again at St Anne's Station. It would be a vital part of a revitalised suburban rail network for Bristol in the decades to come. And can we also progress the mass transit system that Bristol so desperately needs? But right now, please give us the buses we need so that people who don't have cars or don't want to use them for the sake of the planet can have a viable alternative. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Tim. Now, there's a gentleman at the back. Do you wish to speak, sir? Could you tell us who you are, and then we'll happily listen to you. Thank you.
I'm Michael Early from Eastville area, Bristol. I'm geriatric as well at the same time. Bristol born and bred and thick in the head, not like you lot. But just to say, only last year I started using your buses. I'm 80 plus now, but I find them really superb. And I mean superb. You can go all these different directions on the buses, and I've been on quite a few of them recently and coming back again, even over to South Wales as well. And really, it's been very useful. Admittedly, I can use that wonderful thing called a bus pass. It doesn't cost me anything, and I can have a wonderful day out at the same time. I've got a car. I usually abandon the car around by the bus station, go to the bus station, and select a bus that's going to take me somewhere or other. I found really the bus service is brilliant. Sorry about that for the people that are really suffering badly for it, but I'm beginning to find out, abandon the car and get on the bus. So I'm enjoying places where I haven't done for donkey's years. Is that okay for you?
Mike, you're always welcome. I was looking over to see Sarah's expression as you said the buses were very good. I couldn't help but do it, I'm afraid. Okay, thank you very much indeed, Mike. Nice to see you. Thank you for your kind comments, and I hope that continues to be a good service for you. Thank you. Right, is there anybody else who wishes to speak? There's a person there with their hand up. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Izzy. I'm from Chew Valley, and I'm also on a parish council in Chew Valley. I'm reading this statement that was submitted by Jackie Head on behalf of the Chew Valley Sustainable Transport Group. I'm also here with the Reclaim Buses campaign. Okay. As we start 2024, it is good to have seen that the Wecker Bus Service Improvement Plan December Progress Report put decarbonisation goals front and centre of your plans. We are pleased that the £2 fare, the enhancements to routes and bus corridors, and the birthday bus scheme seem to have increased bus usage to a degree, but note that you have not met all of the targets for transitioning people away from cars that you might have hoped for. However, the elephant in the room left out of this progress report, except in very general terms, are the statistical outputs relating to Westlink. The report states its operation is under review and it will be refined to better meet objectives. Exactly what does this mean? And why has there been no formal consultation with parish councils, community groups, or local people in rural areas to access needs? Later in the report states, Westlink is facing a number of operational issues and is being reviewed and refined to better serve the needs of residents and the objective of feeding passengers into bus corridors. Again, why is the detail of this not being spelt out? For instance, whilst we do know of many people using Westlink successfully, we are aware of the following common operational issues. 1, a lack of availability of services, especially at commuter or school journey times. 2, a fatal flaw in the system algorithm, which is set up to recognise closeness of locations to combine passenger journeys with urban areas in mind, and thus cannot recognise that one passenger in East Harptree and another in West Harptree might be able to share a bus to Bishop Sutton, because these 3 locations are further away from each other than bus stops in Bristol. This is leading to the familiar sight of one or just a handful of people travelling together on Westlink whilst others are told the bus is full. Another problem is that we're aware of a number of return journeys being cancelled at last minute, which creates significant problems for people trying to get home and a massive disincentive to ordering a bus. Later, your report says patronage, is that how you say it? Patronage figures for Westlink are not included in the overall patronage data recorded for this report, as it is not a scheduled service. We cannot understand why the patronage figures for Westlink cannot be shared, and indeed why detailed breakdown figures cannot be reported on. For instance, we would like to understand how many people have used Westlink since April. As customers have unique profiles, this should easily be known. How many different journeys are there that have been made? The breakdown of Westlink users demographically, when the high demand periods are in the Chew Valley, where people are travelling from and to, and the number of people attempting to book and being told there are no buses. The submitted whole statement is in there somewhere if you want to read more.
Do you want a few more seconds to finish?
If that's okay, yes,
Yeah.
please. Right. When Westlink was introduced, one thing was heralded at the granular level of data When Westlink was introduced, one thing that was heralded was the granular level of data its software would provide. And yet, in all our dealings with WECA, it's felt as if this information is being withheld. Unfortunately, this can lead to people assuming that you have something to hide. Please can you make it a feature of Westlink operations going forward that you will publish data regularly about bus usage, consult with local communities about what they need from the service and our priorities for change, and also work with us to design a comms plan for Westlink in rural areas which emphasises the need for a model shift away from cars. This week, reports in the press have suggested that the zones will change to make them work more effectively for passengers. How do you know how to change them if you're not consulting with local people about their shortcomings? At the last WECA meeting, the Mayor said that he would be putting up a citizens panel to consider future bus improvements. Our group, the Sustainable Transport Group, has 300 plus followers and have asked to be part of this. As we gather, it is happening on February the 2nd and we've not been invited. Is there time for you to add us to the guest list? Thank you for giving me extra time.
That's okay, Izzy. Well, there's an awful lot of questions there, but the good thing is that the bus officers that are in the room will have been listening to that, and you've asked some really important questions. I won't be able to go through all the things, but look, I'll certainly ask them to consider the situation regarding the citizens panel, because that's an important way that we know what people think, and we do that efficiently, and that doesn't cost us mad amounts of money to actually have a good idea of what people want and need and how they're feeling about services. Some fantastic feedback. Thank you for that. The zones definitely need to be considered and changed. The difficulty, of course, is that the west of England's a large area, 1.1 million people. If you include North Somerset, even more, and not everywhere is the same. So one size does not fit all. So in some places, Westlink is working better than others. The issue about data, I'd love to give you all sorts of data. The people at this table ask me all the time about data. The trouble is it's commercially sensitive. The companies are always very careful with the information they give, even to me, because they're worried that somehow that'll get out and then they won't be able to run businesses and all the rest of it. So it is difficult, and I share your frustration. We'll share whatever we can, okay? I'll give you that undertaking, but it probably won't be what you want, but we'll do whatever we can. Okay, I think I've probably said enough on that, but thank you, Izzy, for stepping in, and send my best to Jackie. Thank you.
I've got Brendan Taylor's statement. He's a disabled man, as you know, and he was due to come, but unfortunately there's no bus for him to come here. So excuse me, I'm losing my voice.
That's fine, David, but could you stick to 3 minutes?
Yeah, very quick.
Because I've been very generous with people,
No,
and we're
fine,
running behind, and we
fine.
all want to get home at
So
a reasonable time.
all I want to say, Dan, is a request really from you and Councillor Chris Wilmore and Matt Palmer to go out on the trains with First Group PLC and look at these trains that are being procured for your rail services, costing £35 million of our taxpayers' money, which we all welcome. But where disabled people are being excluded from using those trains by the fact the trains can't actually get onto the platforms at Yates, Cam and Dursley, and Ashchurch for Tewkesbury. Those trains, if they're the wrong way round, disabled person is put into the corridor, left there, and then told to go to Bristol Parkway, and you're shunted onto the right part of the train. Same at Gloucester or at Cheltenham. So if it's one of your local services, Bedminster, they don't fit into the platforms properly. And Marvin, they're on local trains at the moment, and they would call it Ashley Down in the future on the Filton line. This is not acceptable. These are intercity trains for the London-Bristol lines, Gloucester lines through Bath. They're not designed for your Metro West services. Can we, Great Western say their First Group, say they've got no extra trains, they've made a press statement. Can we please have a conversation with Mark Harper about getting the right trains, David Gibson, for our local Metro West rail services, which are 3-car units which fit in our stations. We're investing millions in local rail, and I'm very much behind that, and the work of Malcolm Parsons is fantastic. But we can't have trains that don't fit in our local stations. So the request is Brendan Taylor would like to go out with some of your Sarah can join us if she likes, and Don Alexander, but the 4 executive members for transport plus Matt Palmer and yourself to have a look at this with disabled people and try and get this sorted out, Marvin, with the DFT. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that, David. People will have heard that, and they'll liaise with other people present to see if they can come as well if they wish to. Okay, it is important. It is important. It's not just the right thing. It's about dignity too. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, David. Appreciate that. Right, is there anybody else, just in case I've missed anybody? No? Okay, next item then, item 7, please. Comments from the Chair of the Local Enterprise Partnership. Richard, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to get my little piece open, I was at the Centre for Cities event launch actually earlier this week, and this for me is one of the little Bibles around.
Can everyone hear Richard?
Oh, can you hear me?
No,
oh, sorry. Apologies. Apologies.
Sorry, Richard.
No. So talking about data, Dan, I was at the launch of the Centre for Cities annual data assessment, and it just reminds us actually some of the challenges that we face around our region, high levels of population growth, issues around where we sit against other cities on greenhouse gases, challenges around connectivity, and also just the actual shocking statistics about our city on the issues of low attainment for those people with no qualifications. But in the aftermath, there were two interesting points that were discussed. One from Greg Clark, who did our original city deal many years ago, and he just reminded us actually about the importance for that long-term investment, long-term planning, and reminded us that the government always want to treat with those people who are ambitious, willing and capable. And I thought that was just a helpful reminder to us all. And I was also struck by the comments of Bridget Roswell, who was the chief economist for the GLA, who reminded us around the challenges of getting Crossrail delivered, that actually you can make things happen if you spend long enough doing them. And I think that just reminds us that many of our spend programs take us many cycles, political cycles, to get through, and we mustn't lose sight of that. I'm really pleased that there's a very full package of measures in today's agenda, Dan. Bristol Temple Quarter, of course, is where we have our ambitions to deliver 10,000 new homes. And I have attended the recent strategic boards and really pleased to see the way in which we're working. But I'm particularly keen that we sign off the joint delivery vehicle today. It's very important that we continue to demonstrate to our partners at Network Rail, Homes England and Bristol City Council and WECA that we're working together to unlock the advantages that come. And of course that vehicle gives us the opportunity to use our assets and our resources together to maximise those opportunities. So I'm really keen that we deal with that. Pleasing to see the progress that's been made with the investment in the Eastern Entrance and of course the university's own investments too. With regards to the investment fund, the LEP particularly have played a part in the reports and the strategy work around Culture West. We're pleased to see that investment being unlocked with the Arts Council and the creation of a cultural education hub. We know that that's a really strong way in which we can inspire young people to further their careers and ambitions and drive our economy. With regards to CRSTS, of course, there's some specific issues in here. The links to Soma Valley is really important, ensuring that we get the connectivity out of that area into Bristol and Bath, but also that we're making the case now for CRS2. We have to be on the front foot for demonstrating that we are to be trusted for future funding streams. I note that the issues and the schemes through the funding programmes, through the delivery assurance report, recognise the external factors around inflation and the challenges that that brings to keeping the programmes running, and I'm assured that officers are doing everything they can to continue to drive those programmes and value for money. So thank you for that. With regards to the transformation programme, there's a lot of work going on. We welcome the conversations to help to redefine the role of the business board, but I think it's important with deadlines looming that we get the issues of the LEP resolved soon. The LEP board continue to play a part in our regional strategy. We want to continue to contribute as we've done over the last 12 years, and we continue to demonstrate that I think we bring value to those conversations. With regards to the transport infrastructure projects, there's a lot to get through. Really pleased, I think we've heard from the audience today, members of the public, what is happening around the various different aspects and papers, particularly around rail. That's important. I was just struck by Christina Biggs' comments actually on mass transit. We are disappointed that we haven't got Future for West here today for future decision making, but you've offered some really helpful ideas to how we should move forwards. With regards to the budget and the medium-term financial strategy, we know that a lot of work through officers is going on to continue to make sure we're working together, that we create value for money, and that we focus our efforts and energies towards driving the economy, to ensure that we've got the right skills and the capacity to give our citizens the right opportunities moving forwards. On the capital strategy, again, just making the point, there's a lot to do to keep planning, to ensure that we're creating long-term investment programs and that we're demonstrating that we're realising the value of those, and we continue to be supportive. So I think that's it really. There's a bit more to it, but I'm conscious of time. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Richard. Really appreciate your contribution. Now we move on to the next item. That's comments from the Authorities Overview and Scrutiny Committee. And Ed Plowden is here to speak to us today. Welcome, Ed, and look forward to hearing what you're going to say.
Thank you, Chair. We met on Monday, and we've also actually, thanks to a bit of extra capacity, been meeting between meetings as well. I think the really big issue that we need to accept here is the governance issue, and particularly responding to those statutory recommendations that came through Audit last year. We're really pleased to see that the transformation plan, there's a lot of progress being made by officers and a lot of things being removed from the plan because actions have been taken and progressed. But there's still, we don't think there's still much progress on the key statutory recommendations. And we note that actually Audit has paused on governance issues for the moment. We note that there's going to be some mediated conversations in March, and we really hope that particularly as there's going to be a change of administration in Bristol, that the outgoing mayor's insight will look beyond the short term and think about the longer term benefits to the west of England, and how we effect a smooth transition to a new administration. We have got some suggestions. We suggest that there are quite a lot of low-hanging constitutional flaws and tensions that need to be resolved. That might help us get away from legal arguments and start focusing more on the bigger picture of things like membership, role and purpose, precept, and so on. We think that the advisory boards could maybe be reviewed a little bit, possibly the scrutiny brought into those, so we have more of a dialogue, and the role of the LEP really needs to be considered as part of that whole process. Particularly note that the forward plan, currently the last one I looked at, really doesn't go beyond the end of January. There's an awful lot of bus service improvement programme decisions to be made in the very near future. And one of the things we are working on is a dashboard. We've heard a lot today about data, and we are working with officers to look at a dashboard that we can all access, so we can start understanding what performance management is being put in place. And I think it's actually something that this committee might want to think about, because it's very focused on decision making, but not necessarily always looking at how performance is being taken forwards. So if we can get if we can get a good data dashboard and data set ready, then maybe that would be of benefit to the committee as well. Going on to some of the more specific things, Temple Quarter is obviously huge. We do welcome it. We note that WECA is moving from making a loan with interest rather than a grant, so that's maybe a more commercial approach, and that a private partner is being brought in. That might be some risk to the other constituent authorities, Baines and South Gloucestershire, and I'm sure that's being worked through. But success must be inclusive. It must include those local communities. We've absolutely got to make sure that the communities on the edge of or part of the zone which are subject to very high levels of multiple deprivation are engaged well, thoroughly, and that the jobs and affordable housing actually flow through. And we're very concerned that things like those viability assessments, which often mitigate against affordable housing, should be kind of dealt with, and that kind of inclusive growth baked into the agreements that are made, particularly when you've got four people, all with equal votes, two of whom are large government quangos and two are local democratic partners, and then there's a chair with a casting vote. So that how that casting vote is going to be used might be very, very interesting, and the appointment of the chair particularly to make sure that local democracy is well represented in the case of needing to use that casting vote is going to be very, very important indeed. On the budget, there's three key issues. Staff, we did look quite carefully at whether or not, there's quite a growth in staff. I think it's 75 full-time equivalents, but we accept there is a need. A lot of it is focused on delivery, but there's also a need for that corporate capacity. The combined authority is growing quite significantly, and I think there's one lawyer. And certainly in terms of health and safety, the benchmark is not met for the sort of capacity you need for the sort of size of the organisation. We also noted that actually the budget is done in a way that's phased in, so it's not assuming that everyone's going to be there on day one, which is a really good thing. And we would recommend that the 10% that was withheld from the staffing budget last year that's not put in place again this year. It was good to see that actually through good finances that's not been used this year and hasn't been called down. But we think that the actual phasing plan, we're assured that the phasing plan means that's maybe would be a bit of a strong measure. We note that the budget is balanced, but we also note there's in the medium term there's future problems, and we urge things around discussions around the levy to be expedited, and particularly as the bus service improvement plan funding is going to drop off a cliff. And lastly, the Treasury Management, it notes once again for the third or fourth year in a row that ESG, environmental, social and governance measurement is not well advanced. And we're just worried that the key corporate strategies around inclusive growth and around carbon performance might actually be undermined by the way we use some of our cash reserves. Particularly in an era where in the next, probably in the next committee meeting, carbon accounting and embedding that in every decision is going to be put in there. On transport, and this is the last bit I'll talk about, so we are great, it's very good to see ongoing investment in rail. It's very good, obviously we need to decarbonise rail, and we agree with the tactic that we're trying to put together a package of information to influence the decisions of central government to bring that kind of electrification into Bristol and into the region. We note that there's problems with accessibility around the rolling stock. We're glad to see a programme for improvement around the stations. And actually just picking up on what Christine said, I was very taken by your statement where you said we need to look at all the options and compare them properly. And I'd just like to remind us that BCR's benefit cost ratios really need to be done to compare different options, not just justify a single option. So I think that's something that we really need to think of when we're talking about Future for West, is a proper comparison. Couple of small things. Zebra, it's good to see that's coming along and electrification coming, but we would like to see in the future maybe preparatory work if it looks like there's going to be future funding rounds that other operators, not just First, might be able to be involved, obviously subject to the match funding. And on electric vehicles, again, we want to see equitable benefits. We want to see the place of the combined authority and the local authorities in the market forcing through interoperability so that you're getting that kind of ability to charge your car on any of the points wherever possible, and we're not clear how any revenue is going to be used or invested. And lastly, inevitably, bus services and bus service improvement plan. Having done a task and finish group and written our report, I think it's fair to say that some of the issues around bus service improvement plan are symptomatic of wider governance issues, some of the slightly opaque decision making, and maybe low levels of trust that need to be built up, as I was saying, with those quick wins around the Constitution. I think everyone agrees that Westlink needs a bit of a review, pretty fundamentally, but it's really good to hear that Chew Valley's doing well, and it'd be good to learn from how that's worked and the successes there. I personally was mortified that I encouraged one of my residents to come to Keynsham last time. She used Westlink to get there and then was abandoned, had to get a taxi on the way back, so that was pretty disappointing. And I think I absolutely echo the comments that the engagement in this review is absolutely essential with users, with members, and I think with members who are affected by the current service, but also members such as in Ashton Vale, where there's no service at all, and whether or not the boundaries could be extended. On this and birthday buses, I think we just need more data, and I'm hoping that that data set we've been talking about will help us judge the performance more quickly, and we can make evidence-based and data-driven decisions when we're doing those reviews, and that's made available to all the people engaged. And finally, and this is maybe back to that idea as what is the role and purpose of WECA, the Combined Authority, we just want to be really clear about what success looks like, whether that's Temple Quarter or particularly in the Bus Service Improvement Plan. Yes, there are some measures within the Bus Service Improvement Plan, but there's a very strong plea to remember things like social isolation, carbon, and what our wider values are, and making sure those are attached to the whole Bus Service Improvement Plan. So thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Ed. Well, one of the things that would certainly be success from my perspective as the Mayor is if we stop using the acronym and talked about West of England, because we are terrible at putting ourselves on the national and international map, and we don't help ourselves. We're not unique in that, because Bath and North East Somerset falls into that trap as a council. It doesn't promote its fantastic word Bath and North East Somerset in it. We make some fundamental mistakes. We do need to change that. I know we've got into a habit. I'd like it to change if possible, and you could help lead that one, Ed.
It's slipped out once, Chair, and I put my 10p in the
You're not the
jar,
only
I'm
one,
sorry.
and there's many a journalist owes me quite a lot of money in the tin. Look, can I just ask, what was your committee's view about the reserves that the combined authority have? Because I'm quite concerned that they're very low and we are vulnerable. I don't know if you want to say anything, Rachel, but I don't want to put you on the spot, but I see from the four heads that we're judged by on this, I think it was in this area, we're last of all 9 combined authorities on each of those, I think. But could you just talk to Ed and make sure we're not talking at cross purposes, because I want the committee to be on this and watching this one carefully, because we are vulnerable, I feel.
I think it's fair to say that the reserves are low, but we didn't actually cover that in the committee, so I wouldn't really want to put my own spin on that.
So yeah, just to clarify, so yeah, our reserves are low, and we're well below the 5% threshold that this committee has previously agreed. So the budget as we have today, when we get to that paper, presents us with an opportunity to reach the minimum threshold in the next couple of years if the budget paper stands as it is now. But we are the lowest of all reserves of other combined authorities, and also of the unitary authorities that make us up to.
Thanks, Rachel. Sorry to put you on the spot. Ed, I've made my point, and if you could look at that as a committee, I'd be grateful, because I think that's something we've got to be really careful about. Thank you. Okay, we now move on. Thank you very much for that, Ed. We're now moving on to comments from the Authorities Audit Committee. David Wilcox is stepping in for Jeff Gollop. Welcome, David.
Welcome, Chair. Thank you. Audit Committee refers initially to matters discussed at our meeting on the 11th of December. 1. Audit Committee is disappointed to note that whilst the issues in the transformation plan that relate to officers are making slow progress, that those that relate specifically to the Mayor and to a lesser extent the local authority leaders are not. We have repeatedly emphasised the importance of co-working. The Mayoral Combined Authority MCA has to operate as a consensus, not a personal platform. Councillor Guy and the report of the last committee meeting both highlighted a failure to acknowledge or to try to resolve the failures highlighted by the first 2 statutory recommendations in Grant Thornton's Value for Money report. They appeared to have no improvement made to SR1, working relationships, and SR2, consultation on key proposals. 2. If the Mayor and the Metro Mayor are incapable of solving these issues very quickly, the solution will be taken out of the Mayoral Combined Authority's hands. We suggest that the committee commit to co-working and prioritise external consultants such as Solace to expedite the adoption of consensual working within the constituent local authorities. 3. A number of points were raised about the West of England Combined Authority Committee meeting held on the 6th of October. Whilst much of that meeting went well, there were several aspects that did not. The discussion about the bus service improvement programme saw that the practice of members of the committee tabling amendments with short or no notice. It was felt impossible for informed bystanders to follow in the room and would have been meaningless to anyone trying to watch online. Audit Committee asks that this is corrected as a matter of urgency. The Constitution may allow amendments being brought at short notice, but this is not good practice. We urge members to agree that amendments should be tabled with sufficient notice for them to be circulated to those present at the venue and also posted to modern.gov. 4. In relation to the item on mass transit, a detailed paper had been prepared and circulated, and there was no agreement. A debate took place. The chair of the Local Enterprise Partnership made an impassioned plea to continue highlighting the cost of the authority of delay. The Metro Mayor voted against the motion, supported by the 3 unitary authorities, and vetoed the decision. Audit Committee does not expect unanimous agreement on every issue, but it does expect enough discussions to have taken place in advance for an item to be deferred by agreement and not publicly highlighting a division between the committee members. There appears to be no recognition of the reputational risk to the authority of such a public display of disagreement in the eyes of residents and potential funders. In addition, Audit Committee has had a number of briefings following concerns expressed by members about the governance, decision-making and value for money in respect of the bus service improvement plan in general and demand-responsive transport in particular. Audit Committee wanted to share with you the specific concerns raised. Officers were keen to ensure compliance with the Department for Transport requirements. Whilst we would expect compliance with the funders' requirements, we would also expect performance to be measured against predetermined performance measures set at the approval stage of the project. In the case of demand-responsive transport, the only criteria appeared to be keeping the subsidy at below £40 per journey. The average journey cost appears to have been just under £30 per journey for 105,000 journeys, an average of 403 per day. There appeared to be no target demographic or target journey type. The major effort understandably went into trying to provide a workable service. Scrutiny expressed concern at the start that the risk register understated the seriousness of the risks. It appears that the efforts to achieve the right number of buses and the drivers has been a major concern. Members believe that the committee should see reports showing the costs and the number of journeys and consider whether this really appears to represent value for money. Although received too late for comment by Audit Committee members, I welcome the belated agreement to undertake a role and purpose review of the combined authority with the mayors and leaders. This is fundamental to establishing direction and future strategic priorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Well, what I'd simply say, some very interesting points made. What I'd say is that what we sometimes forget in our region is that other combined authorities have their own issues. But where they're much better than us is they do keep their differences in a better place from the point of view of trying to win support for our region, further investment and one thing and another. So what I'd like to do is have a meeting with you and Jeff Gollett, if you don't mind, because I've had some concerns about how your committee has functioned, because I've been aware that, yet again, there's been another call for people to work together, which, you know, fine to say that, is what it actually means is how you bring that about. And what I'm aware of is that sometimes information that's been given, been relating to your committee has sometimes got into the media, and we've read about it in a way that should never have happened, some confidential information. So I'd like to build a trust with you, but I have to kind of know that it's not going to be leaked or sent out and I'm going to read about it in the papers. So perhaps I can have a chat with you and Jeff about that, because I think your role is hugely important, but there has to be a basis on which you can work more effectively, because, you know, I'm very proud of our region. I'm desperate for us to talk up all the successes, of which there are many better than other regions actually, but the stories in our media are often about the challenges, and that doesn't happen elsewhere to the same extent very often. Sometimes it happens, but not to the same regular extent. So we are all part of sorting that out, I think, and I take my responsibility for that. Just in case you're thinking I'm suggesting it's everyone else and not me, I have to take my share of responsibility for that too. But I think there's an important discussion we need to have. So thank you for the report, David, and thank you for stepping in for Jeff. Interesting report, some good points, well made. But can we have a discussion, because I think we need to sort of clear some channels of communication so that we can speak for the region, giving it an accurate portrayal to the outside world, where there are lots of fantastic good things going on. You know, and for example, you know, I meet obviously with the other metro mayors fairly regularly, and they give their eye teeth to have the funding opportunities that we've been given to do things. But we may well argue about what happens with BSIP or CRSTS or whatever, but we're able to have those discussions knowing we can do something. They'd love to be in that position, actually. So we mustn't forget you know, we've got good problems and good challenges, and we mustn't ever talk down our region, because I feel that's very important. Okay, thank you very much. Right. Thank you all those people who contributed so far. Really appreciate that. So we're now moving on to item 10, the Bristol Temple Quarter Regeneration Programme. I'm not going to say too much about it because I know that there'll be some really good contributions that are going to be made in this item. But obviously I'm very pleased to support this report so that we can move ahead with this, frankly, very important project, which will ultimately see the creation of 10,000 new homes and 22,000 new jobs in the initial phases, and hopefully a lot more subsequently. It's one of the biggest regeneration projects in the country, so again, something to talk about, to be proud of. Great opportunity now to shape something that could be wonderful, and Marvin's done fantastic work, and Bristol City Council and his colleagues have done fantastic work in getting us to this place, but now we've got the big challenge of making sure we see fruition. It's obviously the setting as the gateway to Bristol, but it's also the gateway to the region. And I'm acutely aware and wanting to involve our colleagues from the wider region to make sure that we are not forgetting about their concerns and issues, that this is something that we all can benefit from, because I believe we get mutual benefit from these kind of projects, and others too, because it's not the only thing we're doing, but it is the biggest. So we're now moving to a harder task, which of course is delivering jobs and homes, which we have to succeed on. There is no negotiation about that. We have to make this work. Okay, so I'm aware that there are some small amendments that have come through, and so I'm going to outline them now so that people can be aware of what's happening. Bye, Eleanor. Thanks for coming. See you. First recommendation 1. Yes, okay. First recommendation 1, it will now read, notes the unitary authorities will be invited to support a representative on the JDV Strategic Steering Board, that's Appendix 2, to help ensure all partners are involved and informed. And then second small amendment is to recommendation 5, which will now read, that upon receipt of a reserved matter decision, the Chief Executive will notify the Combined Authority Committee members in writing of the same and of the Chief Executive's intended decision on the reserved matters issue. The members will then have 2 working days within which to notify the Chief Executive in writing that they are not content with the proposed decision. In the event of the same, the Chief Executive will cause an extraordinary meeting of the Combined Authority Committee to be convened, which shall be convened within 5 working days for the matter to be determined. In the event that an extraordinary committee is unable to determine the matter within the 5 working day period, the Chief Executive shall be authorised to determine the matter. Does that sound right to you guys? I mean, it's a hard thing to read. It's a pretty dry thing, but it is important and it's been asked for. Okay, so in that case, I'd like really to move the 10 recommendations as set out in the report. Can I call for a seconder? Is there a seconder, please, for that? Marvin. Okay, thank you very much. Would you like to speak to that, Marvin?
Thanks very much. There we go. It's, you know, it's good to get to this position. It's just, a couple of things. I liked the points you made, Rich, at the national level about ambition, willingness, and capability, and lining those things up. And if we can get those things lined up, I'd add to that. I'd add to it commitment, because we've been at this since 2017. It took 5 years before we actually got the 100 million coming from government, and we stayed at it. We had that ongoing partnership with Homes England, Network Rail, heritage organisations, that constant commitment to getting this done, that we can make big things happen. And now we have a regeneration scheme in this part of the world that is, I think you said it's the second biggest in the UK at the moment, joint second biggest regeneration scheme in the UK right now, and certainly is one of which was described at MIPIM a number of years ago by the Chief Executive of Homes England as one of the most exciting regeneration opportunities in Europe, and it's happening on our doorstep. Within this, it brings in, as we've rehearsed a number of times, but it's worth remembering, 10,000 homes, 22,000 jobs, £1.5 billion a year to the city region economy. And let's not forget about the context within which this is happening. When I was elected in 2016, Bristol had 400, just in the boundaries alone, 460,000 people. Today, we're about 473,000. Anticipations are that we will be 550,000 people by 2050. That's another 80,000 people in the city boundary. That's in a city with 22,000 people on the housing waiting list, 12 to 1,300 people in temporary accommodation. So we need to get stuff built in the city in terms of housing delivery and transport options. And when I talk about transport options, it's not just about delivering the infrastructure for transport. It's about building homes in places where people do not need vehicles or even public transport because they can engage in active travel. So again, a central city site for 10,000 homes with an active travel distance of the city centre, entertainment, employment, retail is the kind of urbanisation that not just the UK but the world needs right now. I do want to say thanks to those partners that have been with us, on the journey. I mentioned them all just at the beginning as well, which is incredibly important. Just another bit of context for this is that 2023 was really a year of milestones for this project. We endorsed the development framework for the area and started the enabling works on Temple Island, and we appointed master planners to develop the next iteration of plans for the area. And also, many of you would have seen in the papers, and Dan and I had pictures taken down there, the new entrance being delivered as part of the first major improvements to the station in 100 years. So that eastern entrance is underway. And I was on my way to London to meet Miliband, Ed Miliband, I think it was yesterday or the day before. I lose track this week. But it was incredible sitting on the train on platform 13 on the right-hand side of the train facing London, looking out across the university site and seeing how quick that's going up. And remember, it wasn't too many years ago when looking at that side of the train, we were looking at a derelict postal office sorting building that was the gateway into the city region. So it was a big thing to get that building taken down. It's an even bigger thing to get the building started. And remember as well, this would be a 12-year build out, 15-year build out as well. So it offers an incredible opportunity for us to plan and build and show that ongoing commitment. This delivery vehicle, joint delivery vehicle, will be overseen by a board made up of representatives from each of the partners, with Bristol City Council and a combined authority bringing that democratic accountability to the decision-making process through our respective democratic processes and elected members. But it's just worth saying this is a scheme seriously of national significance, not just because it is at a major hub in the national rail network, but because of the scale of national engagement there's been, right from the Prime Minister's office when we were talking to Eddie Lister through the Secretary of State, and it will obviously be carried on by the incoming Labour government. I'd also add yesterday for that commitment, as you mentioned on social value. Yesterday, Karen and I were at City Hall with Barney, who's been brought in by the working group. We had a session on social value, and we had, I forget the number, but we had about 30 people around the table, many of the companies that will be working on this development, and the whole conversation was around how do we build inclusion into this, and not just have money racing off over the hills. And it was powerful. We had City of Bristol College there. We had our Build Bristol team as well. And we talked about the talent pipeline. We talked about supporting people with English as an additional language to have the respective language skills so they can get works on site. We talked about people coming out of the criminal justice system who may come out of prison, who need access to employment to make sure they don't end up recommitting. So there's hope. So many angles on which we talked about groups that are often marginal to economic opportunities, how we will build a structure, a regional structure, to make sure that people don't only get access to those employment opportunities that are coming our way, but have the skills before they come online, but also then have the emotional, social support to retain that employment when they're on site. There was one employer that told us they'd employed 2 homeless people over the last year or so. One had worked out incredibly well. The other one, not so much because addictions and life complications got in the way. And the conversation was, well, how can we then step in as a city region to make sure that if you reach out and start employing people from the margins of our society, that we can offer the wraparound support. And Stephen, I see you nodding, that was a conversation we had that we can do with the combined authority, with constituent authorities as well. So I think this is this is, like I said, an opportunity for the city region that is a once in a generation opportunity, and it's a proud thing for us to be sitting around the table taking the next steps to making sure that we move into the new chapter. So thanks.
Thank you very much indeed, Marvin. Sarah or Claire, would you like to speak to this? Sarah.
Yep, just to say that this is from Bath and North East Somerset. We see this as a regionally significant intervention for the regeneration of the quarter, and the benefits will support residents and businesses across the west of England. Local people taking many of the 22,000 new jobs with a site less than 20 minutes from Keynsham and Oldfield Park stations. We fully support the aims and the need to deliver the programme, and therefore support the recommendations proposed in the public sections of the report.
Thank you very much. Claire.
Thank you, Chair. I support this scheme and welcome the benefits it brings to the wider region. It's an opportunity to become a modern integrated regional transport hub, helps secure the city's long-term resilience to climate change impacts, and it has economic benefits that go beyond the development itself. For example, in paragraph 1.11, it talks about creating exciting opportunities for growth in surrounding places and help connect innovation centres like the Tech Arc and the Brabazon development, both of which are in South Gloucestershire. We need to focus on that wider collaboration to optimise those benefits to the wider region. I also welcome the fact it's redeveloping brownfield land in a sustainable urban area, because not only does that bring benefits to the area itself through regeneration, but it also helps to prevent urban sprawl and help Bristol meet its considerable housing need in a highly sustainable location close to a city centre. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. In that case, are members present happy to take all these recommendations en bloc? Is that okay with you? Yeah, Marvin, you happy with that? Yeah. Thank you. Okay, in that case, if we could take recommendations 1 through to 10. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? Clearly not. In that case, that is carried. Thank you very much indeed. Before we move on to item 11, see you, Tim. Could we have a 5-minute break, because I need to use the loo. It's been quite a long run, so to speak, and then we'll come back in about 5 minutes if that's okay. Sorry if that's not convenient to other people, but I think we could all use that probably, because we've got some important things to talk about shortly, and I want us to be focused. Thank you. Thank you ever so much. That was a slightly longer break than I was anticipating, but thank you very much for your patience. Right, we now move to item 11, the investment fund programme. So, key for me in this report is establishing Culture West, adding to the £1 million already successfully secured from the Arts Council, and just out of interest, that's the only award in England to be given to a combined authority, so we have done very well, and thank you to all our team and our partners for managing to do that. That's great. And of course, there's an additional 1.5 million from the sector, making a £3 million investment over a 2-year period. Culture West will support every young person right across the west of England to access a high-quality cultural experience every year. And I don't know about you guys, but that's something that I think is hugely important and matters. So I'd like to now move the 7 recommendations as set out in this report. Can I please call for a seconder? Thank you very much, Claire. Do you wish to speak to this, Claire? And I saw you, didn't I, when I did something on this at the event? Yes.
Is that on? Yep, that's fine. Okay, so yeah, I'm happy to second this. Would just like to make a couple of points. In South Gloucestershire, our cultural infrastructure is less supported and therefore less well developed than other parts of the region. So if South Gloucester Council is to fulfil its role as a lead delivery organisation within the programme, we will need to take a more significant role, so we'll need the resources to make it a success. And obviously, we all know the situation that all the councils are in at the moment, having to reassess delivery priorities and regrettably having to reduce activity in this area of work. Therefore, can I please ask that the WECA interim CEO works with the unitary authorities CEOs to ensure that constituent councils have sufficient capability and capacity to support local delivery of this programme. But I mean, more broadly, you know, looking at recommendation 4, I want to stress again the importance of working these things up collaboratively, and it's obviously important too that our strategic plans and strategies are based on robust and credible evidence. So the strategic transport model talked about in part 5 is going to be crucial for the development of scheme business cases across the region. And we need to make sure that all our strategic models are maintained and periodically updated to retain their relevance to local conditions, and this funding will enable that to happen. So happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. And the West of England CEO, see what I did there, Claire? He's going to be on that, aren't you? Good. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is there any other members who wish to speak to this? Sarah.
Yeah. Is that working? So it's great news. Is that on okay? Yep, okay. It's great news that the outline business case for the Somer Valley Links Sustainable Transport Scheme is presented for approval under this item, and I want to thank the Bath and North East Somerset and West of England officers who have progressed the scheme to this point. And we're looking at additional funding too for Midsummer Norton Market Square. I'm delighted that we are approving funding to develop bids to the second round of the City Region Sustainable Transport Fund that will generate a pipeline of funding for future sustainable transport infrastructure to support the development of a realistic choice of low carbon and healthy transport modes for the region. Under the local energy scheme, it's great news that we're funding a solar array project at Fairy Hill in Compton Dando that will also provide community facilities and biodiversity, as well as supporting Cleveland Pools in Bath with water source heat pump infrastructure to help heat the Lido with renewable energy. I'm also really excited at the opportunity provided by the Heat from Mines project that was launched this week, on which Bath and North East Somerset is working very closely with the West of England. On a slightly more disappointing note, I wanted to comment that unfortunately the issue of delegations that was raised at the October committee has not been addressed by the West of England officers. At that meeting there was a specific request from Bath and North East Somerset and from South Gloucestershire that delegations to WECA directors should permit for escalation back to committee where the combined authority and unitary authority chief execs do not agree. I wanted to illustrate the point about delegations briefly by highlighting our experience working with the combined authority on the bus service improvement plan, where the programme was delegated to a director and has left trust at a low ebb between our organisations. At the October meeting, as has been mentioned, we saw the unanimous wishes of the three unitary authorities to amend the combined authorities proposal to roll forward the BSIP programme by a year beyond the timeline of the original delegation overruled. An attempt to call in that decision was ruled invalid, once again demonstrating the unfitness for purpose of the combined authorities constitution. The unitaries have now been informed that the combined authority will submit a project adjustment request to roll forward the programme to the Department for Transport in opposition to our representations to the combined authority on behalf of our residents. I am pleased to note that elements of this bus service improvement plan programme have now been successfully called in to the Audit Committee for Scrutiny, as the committee are rightly concerned at the questionable value for money of certain elements of this programme. And I would ask the Audit Committee to examine whether the programme as it stands meets the needs of all of our residents, including those on the lowest incomes and those living in rural areas. So that's just to illustrate our request about the delegations, the reasons for it. All that said, I'm very pleased in terms of this paper at the joint working between officers of our various organisations that has taken place to get these investment fund schemes to this point of delivery. As we in Baines do not want to delay delivery of these important work programmes, we will on this occasion support the recommendations despite the authorities' continued refusal to respect our reasonable and necessary request for changes to the wording of delegations.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And it was good to see you down at Radstock Museum earlier in the week. I thought it was a good event, and I thank you for your support for that. And it's interesting to know about the Market Square as well. I see that's progressing. I was down there as well. That's moving forward. And at Ferry Hill, that's fantastic too. So there's some really good work happening in North Bath and North East Somerset Combined Authority area, and the officers are working hard clearly because things are happening, which is great. And thank you to all my officers who also help make that happen. Okay, Marvin, would you like to speak, please?
There you go. Okay. Reverse order on investment fund on we welcome on recommendation 6 CRSTS mobilisation funding award £670,000 to the City Council. Incredibly welcome as we catch up on that front. And on recommendation 2 on Culture West, we too recommend it. It is a huge part of our regional asset. I was actually with the Australian High Commissioner last week, who wants to bring a trade delegation to the North and the Midlands, and then he came over and said he wants to come to Bristol as well. And he talks about cybersecurity, fintech, and what I mentioned to him was our creative sector as well, and the importance of with engaging when he's here, and so that's agreed. So we absolutely recognise the value of that sector. What I would say is when we're thinking about access, one of the things that we do need to think about is that some people need more support to get access than others. And so what I welcome in this is there a specific mention of a number of groups, not least Black South West Network, Creative Power Town, Wessel, and Diverse Artists Network, who we've been working with sometimes and who will do the work right across the region, actually, to make sure that some of those groups who are most vulnerable from missing out on our cultural offer are actually supported to access it. Arts Council England have done some work, and the work has shown that our region has the least diversity, both in terms of audiences and staff, in our cultural organisations. And the dynamic around that is that often in the creative sector, we have some of the most progressive people, politically progressive and inclusive and socially minded, and yet we still have a sector that replicates the inequalities and the marginalizations that we would want to fight against. So it's really important that this piece of work really recognises inequality and drives in not tackling those entrenched inequalities that we're all battling to overcome. And we need to actually, going back to some of the earlier points, we need some real hard metrics around this, so how we know that we are or are not making progress.
Thank you very much, Marvin. Yes, we need measures so we can see where we're headed and how well we're doing or otherwise. Okay, in that case, if I take each vote individually, if that's okay with you, I'll start with recommendation 1. All those in favour, please show now. Thank you, that's carried unanimously. Recommendation 2, all those in favour, please show now. Thank you, that's carried unanimously. Recommendation 3, all those in favour, please show. Thank you, that's carried. Recommendation 4, please show if you're in favour. Thank you, that's carried unanimously. Recommendation 5, please show now if you're in favour. Thank you very much, that's carried. Recommendation 6, again, please show if you're in favour. Thank you very much indeed. Recommendation 7, those in favour, please show. Thank you, that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We're now on to item 12, delivery assurance. Now, we need to go further and faster to drive the delivery of projects. That's something that's become very clear to me since becoming the regional mayor. We have agreed principles, I'm pleased to say, on delivery, and we've all agreed to the establishment of a programme review board. Unfortunately, there are still too many significant delays in delivery of projects that we have all allocated funding to. And what I want to say is that while I'll approve the change requests detailed in the report today, what I want to do is to be very clear and on the record that both to my own organisation and to all partners delivering projects, that my agreement to approve change requests must not be assumed. You know, this has to be a meaningful thing. So today I'm going ahead, but in future I will be looking at it ever so carefully. We need to deliver these things, and if we can't, we need to use that money to help our communities as effectively and as quickly as possible. You know, it's a serious time, cost of living crisis, etc., etc. We all know the arguments, but there is a reason for all this. We're not just saying it in a tokenistic way. Indeed, Ed, if I could specifically refer to you, please, I'd like the Scrutiny Committee to look in more detail at long delays and where they are unacceptable, please. And I'll ask officers to bring forward recommendations to reallocate funding to more delivery priorities as appropriate, because we have got to deliver. And I always say that it's not just about the monies and resources we have now. We will not get monies and resources in the future, whether that's from central government or the private sector or wherever we seek to find it and hopefully successfully get it, unless we can point to success in what we're doing now. The best predictor of future success is a history of current success, and we are falling short in some areas. Some areas are doing ever so well, and I don't want to diss anybody, but we can be better on some very important projects, and we must do that. Okay, now I'd like to move 2 recommendations as set out in the report. Can I call for a seconder, please? Is there someone who wishes to second? Thank you, Sarah. Would you like to speak?
Briefly. Just to say that on delivery assurance, we welcome this item as a really good example of the West of England Combined Authority and the unitaries working together at officer level so that collectively we can make better and faster decisions.
Thank you, Sarah. Claire.
Is that one? Yes? Yes, good. Excellent. So I've just got one very small point to make. I note the change requests for the Winterbourne Frampton Cottle bypass and Colbert Heath Westley bypass study. And I think this title could now be somewhat misleading as to what's actually happening. It's important to be clear that this is residual funding from studies initially approved in 2021 that will be used to investigate further the travel movements in this area to enable us to better understand how we might effectively plan sustainable alternatives in the future. So, thank you very much.
Just remind me where that is again, Claire, for my information. You said Winterbourne and...
Winterbourne Frampton Cottle bypass and Colbert Heath Westley.
Okay, okay. And can I just ask, obvious question, with the bridge out over the motorway, does that not park everything until we can do proper assessments? Won't that impact on any judgments that are made and conclusions that are drawn? Claire is giving up, and her voice is giving up, sadly. Okay, Point well made, Claire. That's noted. Marvin, is there anything you wish to say on this? Okay, in that case, thank you, Marvin. I'd like to go to the recommendations. So, recommendation 1, those in favour, please show. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Recommendation 2, those in favour, please show. That's carried unanimously too. Okay, the next item, item 13, is the appointment of a Strategic Director of Resources, Section 73 officer. And I'll read this out. That committee notes the Employment and Appointment Committee's decision to appoint Rachel Musson as the West of England Mayoral Combined Authority Strategic Director of Resources and Section 73 officer. So while this report is just for noting, colleagues, I'm sure all leaders will join me in formally welcoming Rachel Musson to the Mayoral Combined Authority. Welcome. And I'm sure the committee will be very pleased to have another permanent senior member of staff, as we have pledged to achieve on a number of occasions, with full buy-in to our region's success. So no pressure there then, Rachel. Rachel has already had a positive impact, I can testify, and others too, on the organisation, and I look forward very much to working with you in the future as we move forward. Okay, I'd like to therefore move the single recommendation as set out in the report. It's for noting, of course. Do any members wish to speak on this? No. In that case, can we please note that? Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Right, item 14, transformation programme. This work started almost a year ago, I think, and many of the actions are either completed or are close to completion. I think it's important we focus on the future, of course, and I've asked officers to review how we take this work forward so that we can continue to track our improvement journey, a point Marvin was making earlier, that we've got to be able to show that it's not just subjective or what we wish is happening. We've got to be able to put numbers to it to be able to show we're making progress, or otherwise sometimes, and correct our course. So this report will come to the March committee shortly, following an all-leader meeting scheduled for the 19th of March. Is there a seconder, please? Yeah, okay, in that case, yes, is it a nota? Yeah, in that case, is that noted then, please? Thank you very much. Great. Of course, Sarah, yeah.
I just wanted to acknowledge how hard I wanted to acknowledge, can you hear? Is this one working? Okay. I wanted to acknowledge how hard the officers of all of our authorities have worked to try to improve working relations, and I want to personally thank them for their efforts. It is hard to be positive about the transformation programme when the key element of work on the role and purpose of the combined authority required to inform a new constitution, as well as the budget, hasn't progressed to this point, although I'm pleased that there are dates now in the diary for March. I am afraid that we in Bath and North East Somerset consider that the paper that we are noting today overstates the progress that has been made. It is slightly unfortunate that the Combined Authority Mayor has not been able to participate in any of the pre-meetings that the officers have arranged on the basis of the recommendations from the Solace and Grant Thornton reports that are attended by all the other leaders and chief execs or deputies. And it does sadden me that the combination of the inadequate constitution along with this failure to engage with the need to improve relations with unitary authorities continue to hold the organisation back from delivering as effectively as we could with all of our residents, for all of our residents. All that said, I note the report.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And in that spirit of cooperation, it looks like we're going to have a really good time in the future. Okay. Claire, did you want to speak?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I, as with Sarah, I'd like to thank the officers and all those involved in trying to improve the working relationships, and particularly the fact that we now have a date in our diary for the facilitated workshop, which I think is really important that we know what the point of the combined authority is, if we're going to make progress. I do feel, like Sarah, that the report's quite rose-tinted in places, being silent, for example, on the emergency WECA meeting that was held last month, which we can't pretend didn't happen. And while I acknowledge there is good progress being made in some areas, there are some really key areas where we still need to make progress. And I think it's important we can track progress on everything in the tables. So I would like to ask that we don't enact the action set out in paragraph 11, which is to not include actions that West of England Combined Authority consider to be complete in future reports to the committee. I think it's important that we see the full set of actions until the transformation programme is completed. And I think that the independent peer reviewer, which is identified on page 127, would be the best place to determine whether the actions are complete, rather than having the authority marking its own homework.
Okay, could you just give me a moment, please, Claire? Okay, Claire, thank you for that. So we just had a very quick discussion. Richard Ennis is going to just quickly run through. Now I'm going to pass the microphone because I suspect we're going to have the same issues as you guys have been having. There you are, Richard. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks very much, Councillor Young. Really, so number 11 is really just about, you know, if you've got 10 things to do and you've done 7, that we don't report on the 7 that are complete. Really to help focus on the 3 that haven't been. It isn't to try and not be transparent, because in essence you can always track back to the report at which it was in, and you will see when it comes out. So it isn't that you don't have the sort of formal records of each committee report. The whole point of coming back to the committee every quarter is so you've got that clear trail of what's going on. But if it's helpful, I'm more than happy to have, when we do the sort of 12-month on independent peer review work, for them to go back and check to give that assurance that we haven't inadvertently assume we've done it, and we haven't. If that's helpful, if that's a sort of meets both requirements in a sort of appraisal. But it isn't to disregard it, because you can always track back everything through the quarterly committee reports as well. So.
Okay, Claire, does that sound okay to you? Okay, thank you very much. Marvin, would you like to speak? If the microphone works.
The lights. Oh yeah, this one's on. Okay, just need. I suppose in light of what colleagues have said, it probably is worth sharing that there were some concerns from our officers as well in the work, that I think maybe there's been a bit of a merge between the aspiration that we have for our relationships and the description of the present and the progress made. I can see it's easily done, but what it leads to is potentially leads to a report that is more optimistic about where we are than where we have a right, than the level of optimism we have a right to share. So one is just about being really real on what's going on, otherwise we will never solve the actual challenges. I might just add, in light of some of the things that we talked about today, that I think it's going to. Is that all right? Okay. I think one of the most important pieces of work we need to do as we do progress through this is to really be clear on what we're actually trying to get done and the sequence in which we're trying to do it. Housing, transport, our resilience to water and heat, building an inclusive economy, making sure we have that skills pipeline. I'm not aware yet that we actually, as a combined authority area, have a coherent narrative that we've told the world that we're going to take this part of the world on. And that's a pretty glaring omission. So when we're talking about one of the biggest predictors of future investment and success being a history of investment and success, people also need to know what we're actually in the business of doing. That will also help with our national and international profile as well.
Thank you very much, Marvin. So in that case, if we could note that, please. Have we got agreement for that? Noted. Thank you very much. All right, we now move on to item 15, transport infrastructure projects. Okay, so this is to provide an update to the West of England Combined Authority Committee on key transport schemes and to secure approval from the committee on critical decisions and associated funding, where applicable, within the West of England Mayoral Combined Authority Transport Infrastructure Programme. Bit officer speak, but I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. So look, it's high time that electrification of our rail network was completed, to be very honest. When I was an MP back in, I think, 2005, I voted for this, only to see it scrapped by the current Conservative government not so long ago. So I am also delighted by the new station study, which includes for the first time Salford, and I'm really pleased that that is something that we're hopefully going to move forward on now. It's something that I've felt strongly about for 25 years or so, ever since I was first the MP for that area, and nothing has changed. In fact, if anything, the need for it is increased, I would argue. There's also an urgent need to speed up the delivery of new EV charge points across the West of England. I'm sure members present would agree with that. Plus, working with Doug Clarenbold, the regional MD of First Bus, and his team, we have a real opportunity, of course, to decarbonise if we can secure the ZEBRA funding that various people have already referred to today. So I'd like to move, therefore, the recommendations set out in this report. Is there a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Marvin. Would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, thank you. How's that? Is that coming through?
Sounds good, yeah.
Okay, so just a couple of specific areas on recommendation 1 on the EV charging action plan. And we welcome this, and we do have great deal of ambition on our EV charging infrastructure for Bristol, bearing in mind that there are a couple of key features of the city that make this particularly important to us. One is the introduction of our clean air zone in the city, which is an intervention that is designed to prompt behaviour change in the way people move around, not least changing their vehicles. So that major intervention that's driving that behaviour change, we need to support the population through that. We secured a £42+ million package of support to help households and businesses, but we need the infrastructure in place as well to support people through. So I'd argue for that concentration. Secondly is the very nature of life in the city. It's high density, fewer driveways. So we have to find a way of making sure that people in the huge number of tightly packed terraced homes without driveways have the opportunity to have electric vehicles as well. So again, driving in, we must deliver the infrastructure. And the second is the growing density of the city as well. As I mentioned the numbers earlier on, 460,000 people when I was elected, 472 at the moment, probably 473, 550,000 people in that 42 square miles of Bristol by 2050 will be living with more density in higher buildings. Dare I put that in the public domain? There's no way of getting density on brownfield sites unless you have a degree of height, particularly if you don't want to sprawl. Those people in those buildings are going to need the infrastructure to be able to access, to have electric vehicles. So again, it's about dealing with the current demand, which is growing, but future-proofing for the way that we need to have our city shaped over the coming decades. The second point I would just make is also, just welcoming the zero emissions buses work that we're going to do. Again, part of the challenge of having a city centre, there's a great benefit to it, but that's where people target. We've got to keep the air clean. We need the infrastructure to be in place to enable that, people to and businesses to operate in that way. And obviously supporting our bus company is incredibly important. One note that was made by though I will just add that in Bristol, we'd really like to advocate to see double door buses as part of the proposals moving forward. They are very popular, and they do help with the popularity of the bus service in our city. So thanks.
Thank you, Marvin. I can see Claire's indicating. Before I call you, Claire, Mike Bell, the leader of North Somerset, do you still wish to speak, Mike? I've got you down. No? Okay. Good to see you. Always happy to see you here. Claire.
So thank you. Yes. So also happy to see the electric vehicle charging action plan. Victorian terraces have been mentioned, but we also have large areas of 1960s and 70s Radburn housing where the front doors face onto greens and the cars are all corralled at the back, and it's very difficult to deliver charging points in those sorts of areas too. So really important that we bring forward these and we maximise our ability to draw in both government and private sector funding. On the rail, I'm supportive of the recommendation to bring forward these projects, but I think we've got a number of big issues across the west of England which will need really significant investment at national level if we're going to resolve them and unlock the benefits of the other smaller schemes. One example would be the Westerly Junction, which is key to the Bristol to Birmingham route, and is the key to being able to open up stations, which so I think we need to make sure we don't lose focus on those. Stations, I'm obviously very happy to see the new rail station study, obviously keen to understand which stations might be next for consideration. As I've indicated, that junction is a key limiting factor at the moment for our area. I support the recommendation on rail electrification, and I think it's a really positive step in working to understand the costs and benefits of electrification and to make the case for investment. Obviously positive to see the progression of the full business case for the Portishead line, which is obviously a really long-held aspiration for the west of England, but I am concerned that there is again a shortfall in the capital funding for this project. And finally, yeah, absolutely welcome the rollout of the low emissions buses. Absolutely ties in with our emphasis on tackling the climate emergency. So thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Before I call you, Sarah, Mike, you sure you don't want to comment on the Porter's headline? Okay, I just want to be absolutely fair because it's such a big deal. Sarah.
Yep, this report's really good news. It represents a really important work stream progressing vital infrastructure to support decarbonisation of our transport network, and I particularly welcome the electric vehicle charging action plan, which will provide additional funding and impetus for Bath and North East Somerset's on-street charging strategy as elsewhere in the region. And I'm also delighted that the new rail station study approves the drawdown of £100,000 to consider the viability of a much-needed new station at Salford, along with other locations. I will just flag our reservations once again that the agenda item contains a delegation to a single director without any route for the unitaries to refer it back to committee in case of disagreement.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah. In that case, if we could move to each of the recommendations, I think we're looking at 6 in total. Is that right? Yeah. So if we go to recommendation 1, those in favour, please show now. Thank you, that's carried. Recommendation 2, please show now. Thank you, that's carried. Those in favour there. Recommendation 3, those in favour, please show. Thank you very much, that's carried unanimously. Same with recommendation 4, please show now if you're in favour. Carried unanimously. Recommendation 5, please show if you're in favour. Thank you, that's carried unanimously. And then the final recommendation on this item, recommendation 6, those in favour. Thank you, that's carried unanimously. Right, before we move to item 16, because there's been a bit of toing and froing which I need to catch up on, we're going to take a short adjournment so that I can get my head around what has actually gone on while we've been doing the other business and things. And we'll come back as quickly as we possibly can. Thank you. Thank you again for your patience while we work through some important things. Okay, so item 16, the Mayoral and Combined Authority Budget 24-25 and Medium-Term Financial Strategy, pages 215 through to 284. This is now obviously the Combined Authority, a significant delivery organisation with very sizable budgets. And that's what devolution, frankly, is about. And we should welcome the shift of more staff away from Whitehall and to our region. We should also be clear that MCAs are not councils. Capacity is vital to bring in more resource and to grow the cake so that we all benefit in the round. As part of the budget process, the Combined Authority has proactively committed to undertake a review on the future direction and its strategic investment priorities, to agree a programme of effectiveness and efficiency reviews, which in candour I am disappointed has not happened so far, but I'm confident that this will now under Rachel's leadership, and to work to explore opportunities for sharing resources with the unitary authorities where that's appropriate. Now, you'll note that I cannot vote on various parts of this report, and I'm actively engaging with ministers and shadow ministers to change this, as it's a strange anomaly that I can't pass a vote on my own budget, and this is not the case in other mayoral combined authorities. Okay, so I'm going to therefore put forward or move some amendments, if that's in agreement, because I understand there's been discussion about that. So what I'm going to do, just to be clear, because this is slightly technical for people, and sorry for the public, because it won't be exactly exciting events for you. If we look at the recommendation or the amendments 1, 2, 3, 4, and as in 4A and 4B, are members present content that those amendments be put forward now, please? If you are, please show. So if I want me to go through that again. Dan, let's just be clear.
Would it might be slightly laborious, but would it be easy to go through them one at a time?
Just read them out, each one. Yeah, okay, if people are happier that I go through them individually so we're absolutely crystal on them, that's fine by me. Okay, so the first amendment is firstly that the committee agree to undertake a role and purpose review of the West of England Mayoral Combined Authority, engaging mayors and leaders on the future direction of the West of England Mayoral Combined Authority and its strategic investment priorities. This work will report back to the committee no later than October 2024, so October later this year. Then the second amendment is that the committee authorise the interim chief executive to work with the unitary authority chief executives to develop and agree a programme of effectiveness and efficiency reviews with progress reported back to the committee no later than June 2024, so June of this year. And then the third amendment is that the committee note the interim chief executive will work with the unitary authority chief executives to explore opportunities for sharing resources where appropriate during the financial year 24-25. And then the next amendment 4A is that the committee approve the West of England Mayoral Combined Authority budget for 2024-25 as summarised in figure 9A and the relevant related and supporting appendices, but with a retention of £800,000, I've got here the withheld sum, split broadly between 50% pay, non-pay budget lines. And then the next amendment, 4B, that the committee request that the interim chief executive brings a report to committee on the conclusion of the work referred to in recommendation number 2 above to enable the release of the withheld sum. Okay, is everybody clear about that? That takes some work.
Sorry, Chair. Can I seek clarification on item 3 in that the wording I had some extra words in it? I just want to be clear. I had note that as part of the work in brackets recommendation 2, as part of the above work in brackets recommendation 2, the interim chief executive, it was in the version we were given earlier.
you might want to look behind you, to those behind you for advice, but that has been superseded, is my understanding. The one that the Mayor read out is the more updated version of that.
So we'll quickly pause for a moment. Do we need some more time, Claire? Okay, thank you very much, Claire, and thanks for making that point and taking time to sort that. Thank you. Okay, so if I take each amendment in turn and put this to the members, so if we look at the first amendment, as I read out, those in favour, please show now. Okay, that's carried unanimously. Then the second amendment, those in favour, please show now. Okay, that's carried. Then the third amendment, those in favour, please show now. Okay, thank you. And then Amendment 4A, and I'm not in a position to vote as Mayor because of the Constitution and things. 4A, those in favour, please show now. Okay, that's carried by those eligible to vote. And then 4B amendment, those in favour, please show. Thank you, that's carried by those able to vote and unanimously. Okay, now, I understand, Marvin, you are going to be putting forward another amendment. Is that right? If I understood that properly?
Yeah. So what is where you have a vote, or is it down to us? It's for noting, though, isn't it? Montalza? 4C is for noting, is it? Or
Microphone's working
right,
there, Mayor Rees. Just for the benefit of everyone else present, it might be an idea to put the amendment, and then I can give you some advice on voting, because the those sitting to my left and those in the gallery aren't aware of what your proposed amendment is yet.
Well, what I was looking at whether we should do or not is to bring an amendment during which the committee notes continues to ring fence the 13.6 million in the investment fund for the Future for West programme up to the financial year 25-26, noting the urgent need to continue the work to develop a transport solution for the region. So that's what I was investigating doing.
Thank you. Thank you both, Mayors, Marvin for reading that out and Dan for letting me use the microphone. The proposal there is to ask the committee to note something. So my view and advice is that is not in itself a setting of the budget. It is asking just for the committee to note something in respect to the budget. So the Mayor would be entitled to vote on that. Mayor Norris would be entitled to vote on that if you were to put it forwards.
If I bring forward a request for the committee to note that £13.6 million in the investment fund for the Future for West programme is in the budget, and for it to be up to 25-26, then that would be voted down. Did you just say that he has a right to vote on that?
He has a right to vote on it. The vote on that is a proposal to note, so it is not a budgetary matter. So the voting arrangements are that everyone on the committee would be entitled to vote. In order for that proposal to note to be carried, it would require a majority of the committee. That majority would need to include the mayor. But let me be really clear about this, that this is just a proposal to note something that exists in the infrastructure fund. It is not a proposal to vary or change what is in the infrastructure fund. As far as I understand, you are just proposing that the committee notes that provision that already exists in the infrastructure fund. Sorry, investment fund.
So 13.6 million that was allocated is ring-fenced in the investment fund. It's just a question of whether we note it today or not. We all know it's there. Yeah. So as we all know it's there, and there's no need for me to bring it forward for noting to be vetoed.
Unless you formally want to put that to the vote, but it has informally been noted.
As long as we all know it's there, that's good enough for me.
Okay, Marvin. Mic's working now. Right, let's move that round. Okay, Marvin, I'm going to let you come in when you're ready, because this is slightly complicated.
Okay, thanks. And I was going to bring an amendment to 4D, but I understand that may not. Shall I read it out to you to find out if you're willing to take it? And then I'll respond accordingly.
That's entirely up to you. If you want a formal view on what you want to propose and whether or not it is proposed, I'm happy to hear it and happy to give you a view.
Okay, so if I share this with you, I'm testing with you whether I can bring it forward where it will stand, and then if you advise that I can't bring it forward, then I can revert to a statement.
Well, all I can do is tell you whether or not you are able to put that. It's not up to me whether or not you can make a statement following that.
So let me test this with you, which I'm not formally bringing forward, but I'm testing with you whether I can bring it forward.
Understood.
That my amendment was going to be, if I'm allowed to bring it forward, to also authorise the drawdown of not more than £650,000 of the allocated project budget we just talked about, and delegate all necessary powers to the West of England Mayoral Combined Authority Strategic Director of Infrastructure in consultation with the relevant unitary authority directors to enable the progression of all of the proposed route options examined in the Future for West strategic outline case to an outline business case assessment process, with officers reporting back no later than the March 2024 meeting of the committee. In the event of a consensus not being reached at director level, decision-making will be escalated to the Mayoral Combined Authority's Chief Executive Officer in consultation with the unitary authorities CEOs. That was what I was thinking about bringing forward.
Okay, so if you were to bring that forward, regrettably I would have to rule that that is virtually identical to a resolution that this committee has already rejected. At its meeting on the 6th of October on 2023, recommendation 4, option A of item 14, that was the transport paper, put forward in virtually identical terms that recommendation. The committee rejected that by way of the mayor not being in the majority in favour, and under the constitution there is a prohibition on bringing a resolution that is virtually identical to something that has already been rejected in the last 6 months. So I'm afraid if you were to put that, that would be the advice I would have to give.
Okay, thank you for the clarification on that. In that case, I won't bring it, but can I bring a statement?
Of course, Marvin.
Thank you very much for that. Look, I think when looking through the papers for today and the agenda, it was not only disappointing but alarming that the conversation around our chapter change in the transport offering we make to the West of England was not included. We heard set out earlier today by Rich Bonner with the LEP report of that gathering with the Centre for Cities report, talking about the pressures of population growth, greenhouse gases, housing, entrenched inequalities. And we know just how significant a meaningful transport offering to the west of England is to our ability to take those challenges on. The current offering lacks resilience. It hasn't been as accessible as we would want it to be, and it won't be fit for an increasingly large population living at increasing levels of density in which we do not want them to be dependent on private cars. We need a chapter change. We've heard too today about the importance of those three characteristics for an area that wants to deliver and attract finance: ambition, a willingness, and a capability. And I would add to that, as I said earlier on, commitment. In terms of our own mass transit system, I would say something that Christina Bigg shared earlier on. Keep all options on the table until the evidence tells us, not just an opinion about what may or may not cost, until the evidence tells us that that option is not technically and financially deliverable. At this moment in time, the evidence tells us that all the transport offerings that were in that pack, including a mass transit system that includes elements of underground in the highest densest areas, were not ruled out by the evidence. So to rule those out now would be premature, and I think expose us to incredible legal risk in the future. When we do recognise, as we've just confirmed, that the 13.6 million pounds remains in the investment fund for work on our mass transit system. It remains ring-fenced by this Committee for the Future for West programme, or whatever we want to call the mass transit system. We also recognise, or I would just point out that, and I would encourage people to look at them, that since the last Combined Authority meeting, WECA have published further documents relating to the mass transit system on the website, including analysis from one of the UK's leading tunnelling experts, which suggests costs of a full underground solution in the region to be considerably, and this is his argument in the paper, actually cheaper and more deliverable than overground options. Once you take into account disruption, interacting with utilities and road closures. It's also worth sharing, as I did in my last full council, that the National Infrastructure Commission, showing incredible ambition that needs for this part of the world, that needs to be matched by people inside this part of the world, recommended that Bristol should be one of the 4 English cities to be prioritised by government for a share of £22 billion of investment in mass transit systems due to the current transport capacity constraints. On the Combined Authority's own website, it says that the work on the mass transit is paused. And this is because the recommendations at the last committee were vetoed, despite being universally supported by all the unitary authorities, by the LEP chair, and by the WECA infrastructure and legal staff. And one thing I would just point, we don't have time to pause. The population is growing around us, the world is moving around us, climate pressures and ecological pressures are mounting around us. We don't have time to pause on delivering big for this part of the world. Our joint local transport plan shows us that we have pressures. £300 million is the annual cost of congestion. 2 of 3 commutes in the region are by car. Transport is the largest contributor to greenhouse gas and CO2. We anticipate a 25% increase in trips by 2036. Recent work suggests that productivity in the region is going backwards, and housing and transport are 2 of the key contributors to that reversal in our fortunes. Bristol's Quality of Life survey suggests transport is the single worst thing about living in Bristol. We need a plan and a route through this as a combined authority. If we don't get together in the name of getting big stuff done, then we may as well just go and have a patch and mend approach to isolated funding bids. If we're going to talk about a transport system that is going to bring about chapter change, I suggest there are a number of characteristics that actually lead the system to design itself. It needs to be segregated. If it gets bound up in everyday traffic, it will not be segregated, it will be vulnerable. It needs to hit high areas of highest density, the main shopping streets, Gloucester Road, Church Road,
going through South Bristol. It needs to be affordable. It needs to touch the areas of highest economic marginalisation. It needs to be decarbonised, and it must deliver modal shift. And the report itself tells us that a system that does not fully segregated does not deliver the scale of modal shift of a wholly overground system would offer because of that lack of segregation. There are some practical constraints as well that pose phenomenal future risk. To fit a two-way provision in for an overground system with provision for cyclists, utility services and pedestrian, you need a road width of about 17.5 metres. For trams instead of buses, you need 17.95. On the A420 in St George, the road width reduces to 11 metres. And on the A420 in Kingswood, it's 10.5. What you're looking at, and the same as on Gloucester Road, is at points of the future, if you're trying to deliver 100% overground, you will have to engage in compulsory purchase orders. That's why we're saying that not only because you'd have to close those major roads during construction, and then you would have very limited access after, will no councillor sign them off, but the sheer fact of getting embroiled in those legal disputes make a system that includes no underground undeliverable in the future. It is today, when we're thinking about the system, yes, it sounds like the best, and Bristol's not used to having the best, but we've seen what we can do around Temple Quarter. We need to be big and ambitious for the city, and we need to go with the confidence that's being shown outside of the city region in our confidence to be worthy of this kind of intervention. So going back to Christina's point at the start, let's follow the evidence, only rule out the best when the evidence tells us we cannot have the best. Thanks.
Thank you very, very much, Marvin. Appreciate that. Okay, which item are we on now?
Item 5 as printed in the report.
So let's go back.
Do we need to still do these?
We still
Yeah,
do.
we do. Yeah,
We do. So let's go through them. You just bear with me, guys, and I'll be with you. Yeah. So we're on 6, are we? Next.
I think you're here. If you turn over.
There, so I'm going there. So
5
starting from 5.
onwards.
Okay, sorry that this is so complicated. We're all doing our best to get our heads around this. So look, the next item, members, is recommendation 5, which is just to get you back to the right place, which reads, approve the mayoral budget for 24-25 together with the funding contribution from the West of England Mayoral Combined Authority Investment Fund, budget of 687k as set out in figure 18. So I ask you, please, all those in favour, please show now. Of course, yeah.
So I am going to vote for this, but I just wanted to say how important it is that this budget has been referred to the Audit Committee for thorough scrutiny, and I would encourage the committee to interrogate in detail, given just some of the bus wrap incident of last year, exactly whether all the appropriate procurement processes are being followed and why it is that a budget for premises is required. Just encourage them perhaps to benchmark against other combined authorities. I have no idea whether they have higher or lower figures, but it would be worth investigating. Thank you.
Okay, Sarah, thank you very much. In that case, can I go back to the vote again? Those in favour, please, of recommendation 5 shown now. Oh, sorry, I'm not. Thank you very much. I can't vote on my budget. I just moaned about that. Okay, that's carried by those eligible to vote. Recommendation 6, approve the capital budget as detailed in Appendix 5. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. That's carried unanimously by those eligible to vote. And then we move now to recommendation 7 to approve the Treasury Management Strategy for 24-25 detailed in Appendix 6. All those in favour, please show now. Okay, that's carried unanimously by those eligible to vote. And then the following recommendation, recommendation 9, is for noting. So I'm asking for your endorsement, committee. To recommendation 9, note that the 23-24 forecast position for the West of England Mayoral Combined Authority Revenue Budget as set out in Appendix 7, the forecast position for the mayoral functions revenue budget as set out in Figure 18, and the changes to the capital forecast as set out in Appendix 5. I'm struggling with my appendices and appendixes today. That's to be noted. Yep, noted. Thank you very much indeed. Now, we move to item 17, which is... Oh,
there was 8 in the middle.
What happened to 8?
Why 8's not on here? You just read 8 out straight forward.
You got 8?
Would you like me to read?
Sorry, guys, it's not on my papers. 8.
8 is there.
Okay. Or is it 10?
We've done 8, sorry, have we? Did we do 8?
No, he didn't, because he went 7.
We went 7 to 9. I think we didn't do 8.
Yeah, because they were in different groups, weren't they? So where is it?
There is to agree the specific highways.
Yeah, why don't you read it out, Dan, and then we got the right one.
Yep.
And we know what we're talking about.
Thank you. So recommendation 8, apologies, there was a gap in the script there. That's not down to Mayor Norris. Recommendation 8, agree the specific highway and transport capital grant allocations totaling 25 million and the pothole funding allocation to unitary authorities for 24-25 as set out in figure 15.
Thank you very much. I can see why you were keen to be clear about that. Okay, all those in favour up shown now. And I'm not on this one, am I?
No, this isn't you, I'm afraid, Matt.
Good. No, well, no, I mean, as long as we're just doing the right thing. So that's carried unanimously with those able to vote on this.
And there was a 10th recommendation.
And the 10th recommendation, read that out, Dan.
Mayor Rees is indicating. You want me to read it out? Yep, okay. Recommendation 10 is agree unitary authority members and officers participate in a working group for the transport levy, convened by the West of England Mayoral Authority, and identify and agree the required contributions to resolve the future funding gap. You've all got that in the papers in front of you, so I'm presuming you're clear on what I've just said, even though I didn't read it out terribly well.
Marvin, do you want to come in?
Please, go ahead.
Is this working? Yes. Excellent. No. Well, obviously we welcome on some of the earlier items that, although the mayor does not participate in meetings ahead of this meeting, that we were able through officers to have our amendments for the early part of this brought forward as by the chair to simplify matters. However, we do have an amendment to this one which we've submitted, which has not been brought forward, which is to agree unitary authorities, members and officers participate in a working group convened by West of England Mayoral Combined Authority to explore all funding options available to Combined Authority to enable delivery of sustainable public transport across the region. There are two reasons for this amendment. One is that it doesn't confine itself to a transport levy. It looks at transport in a wider context, which we think is important. The other is that a working group simply cannot agree the contributions that the unitary authority should make to the transport levy. That's a function of the unitary authorities themselves and will have to be dealt with by those unitary authorities. So I'd like to move that, please.
Okay. Yeah, I have to second that. I wanted to say how that we welcome discussion about the transport levy, but we absolutely need to see the remit of the group widened to explore all funding options to enable sustainable funding of public transport into the future. In particular, the working group should also consider bus franchising and how this might be funded. All the unitaries have discussed franchising and have formally expressed their support for further investigation by the Combined Authority. We haven't had sight of the paper that's with the Mayor. It hasn't been drawn up collaboratively or discussed at the Transport and Planning Board, and we would like to see some genuine collaboration on a long-term solution to the region's public transport in the interests of all of our residents. I second the amendment.
Okay, let's put that then to the vote. Those in favour of that amendment, please show. Okay, those against, I'm against. No abstentions, so that falls. Is that right, Dan? I've got that right.
That's correct, your veto, Mayor.
Okay, and then where do we go now?
So you can, if you have a seconder for the original proposal,
okay,
you can take a vote on that. If you don't, then that's the end of the item and
okay,
we'll move on unless someone wants to propose something else.
Okay, so is there a seconder for that original? No, appears not. Okay, so that just falls.
Yes, if there's no other proposals in respect of Rec 10, that item is concluded, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Okay, now we move to item 17, which is the exclusion of the press and public. I just want to put the following resolution that under Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972, the press and public be excluded during the remainder of the meeting on the basis that if they were present during the business to be transacted, there would be a likelihood of disclosure to them of exempt information of the following description. Firstly, information relating to the financial business affairs of any particular person, including the authority holding that information, and secondly, information in respect of which a claim to legal professional privilege could be maintained in legal proceedings. If that is agreed, the resolution, we will convene in an adjoining room. Okay, so can I put that to you, please? Those in favour, please show. Thank you very much, that's carried. Okay, so just so that members of the public know, you're very welcome to go, because we're simply going to do this exempt bit. We're going to come back. You're welcome to stay if you wish, but I suspect you've got many better things to do while we're discussing this. Is that right, Dan?
Well, there's also the joint committee meeting after this meeting. So there might
oh, of course. I beg your pardon. Apologies. So there's a joint committee afterwards that some of you might want to stay. Okay. Right. In that case, we now adjourn to have that meeting. Thank you.